Casey Whitner. Nope, is this on? Can you guys hear me? How about this? Casey Whitner, front desk. Casey Whitner, front desk. Okay, thank you. She's on her way. Yes, sir. Yeah. So that is an aspirational. Okay. The official schedule is the agenda, which would go through those items.
So another.
Actually, if you turn around and look at that screen behind you for a second.
I appreciate that.
Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. This is the official schedule. And you'll notice that Saturday, here, if you want, let me do this. No, no thank you, sir. Yes, please. So, like, basically all we do is it's call to order, the morning session, recess for lunch, afternoon business session, recess for the day. That's the official schedule because that's the only things that are taught. Is when we come to order, when we recess for lunch, and when we adjourn for the day.
Sure.
Or recess for the day. Give
So,
it a second.
if we wanted to do something in particular, would we have
Hello.
to
You would have to have a motion on the floor to suspend to take up. Requires a 2/3 because it would be outside of the agenda.
Correct. So, okay, so we're going into what's called the afternoon session.
But right now we're in bylaws proposals on the agenda.
Right.
So if you want to take something up outside of bylaws proposals, you have to have a motion to suspend to amend the agenda or to take up an item.
Yeah.
That's the same threshold.
Yeah, they're both 2/3, but different. But it's getting the wording right.
Right.
Amending the agenda would move something permanently.
Right.
So like you wanted to say, I want to take up the officer elections before the
Hi, Justin.
agenda.
Did you just call?
Platform anyway.
Yeah, but so like if you wanted judicial is after bylaws. So then there's judicial and then officer elections and at large. If you said, hey,
What's that, sir?
I want to take up officer elections before the JC elections, then you would have to do a motion to suspend the
They
rules
really wanted you
to
one more.
amend the agenda to move
They just sent
party officer
yet another
elections at
minority
large
for
before JC. If you just want to take something
want to
up
see
right
requirements.
now, it would be a motion to suspend the rules to immediately take up the next item. And it would only take that item up. So whatever you did then, when that was done, we would then immediately go back to bylaws.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Are you trying to save time?
Yeah.
Don't try to save time.
I come up and, say my piece.
Yeah. The best thing to do is honestly just to call the question on amendment on bylaws amendments.
Well, and I was getting clarification.
Yeah, or motion to table indefinitely, something that is
was for the bylaws to do that, just for
you can totally do that.
the merging of the things was shot down. So
Yes. But
Motion to postpone
then we refer
indefinitely.
to Ronner, which does allow for minority reports.
Yes.
Now, the way we've done it in the past, which is insane, is that they had
Yeah.
the two minority reports go head to head. And whoever won that battle went head to head against the majority.
Hello? Yeah.
going to.
Do you think the body would agree with the latter?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Actually,
Fair enough. Depends on if any of
yeah,
these
so
people want to
first
sign
off,
another one secretary also. I doubt there's crossover for you.
The form it has meant for LNC and officers is it's another office.
Yes. But if they've already filled out another secretary one, then the signature for him would be invalid by the same person. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think you have crossover with the others. So
The only one that I might would be the one that's running out of the abolish the LNC ticket.
Okay.
I don't think any of the other two would have signed mine
The
for vice chair.
drawback is that if you make them get another set of signatures, they wouldn't get it. But because the form signatures themselves are generic, all the positions you actually write it in, theoretically, it would be a case of cross off. From the teller's perspective, this man has to put it crap. You had enough of that yesterday. Yeah. But there's no set rule. So there may be a question of whether but it's a fair question.
Right. I don't know that I would want to be the person to put that question in body though, because I will most definitely get the answer I don't want to get. Because I would rather not have to go through it. Even though it's really easy, I'd rather just not.
I would suggest you find somebody else to put that question. I'm not going to do this.
That's fair.
I have to remain neutral on that situation.
That's fair.
My biggest concern is making sure that you're doing my job. And frankly, the teller's response would be, no, we don't want to do this exactly. They were pissed off that the sheriff came out.
Yes. Okay.
To be fair, that should put it on.
All right. I will. What has been the historical practice for that? Because obviously there's a lot of people that have dropped from chair to vice chair. Or chair
Depends
to
how far back you go. Pre-signatures was just whenever somebody dropped it. There wasn't a need for a signature. Post issues, really has been pushed back. Fair, I'm sure all right.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you. I will figure out what I want to do eventually.
So it does not actually mean that automatically goes to a vote. We're going to read all three. We have 8 minutes to discuss, and the only thing that's in order is voting up or down the first, the individual vote, and then then we have the second 10 minutes where they can move one of those minorities.
This happens.
To marry it up with our existing rules. Okay. Okay. All right. I know how I'm going to do this now. I think
I would encourage delegates to start gathering back in the room and taking your seats. We're going to start in just a few minutes.
Steven, where's Paul?
I don't know, and I'm wondering where Ken is, because as soon as Ken comes in, I'm going to start.
You need a minute? We're trying to work on 1 hour before the platform. Likely tomorrow afternoon or evening. There's Paul.
I thought we were opening with Mr. Monk.
We're being summoned.
Just table definitely.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
After the next, but they really want to do the next proposal 11.
Okay, that's
And
correct.
then
Did you say table? Definite.
definitely.
Definite. Which means we would
To the end of business or to Paul Wynn?
call to the end of business or until.
Following what in the agenda? Following the election at large act? So you want to, I moved to.
Pat?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll move my stuff out of the way. Okay, all right. Let me see. You're gonna have to hold it. Hold up. Let me see. There we go. Test. Hold on. He wants backup. Yes.
I don't want to be on.
Test. Test, test. Testing, testing. Test, test, test.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You good? Okay.
Hey, Pat, whenever you're ready, let's get Mr. Amash, whatever you got to do, and we'll try to bring the room in, but we want to get to business as soon as we can. Yes, sir. Yes.
Just for the body's information, I've received lots of people requesting that I split the screen. The issue is, when you were asking me that, I thought you literally meant to divide it in half, but this isn't mirrored. I have 15 different tabs on my laptop. You are only seeing a couple of the tabs over here on the other monitor. So there's no way for me to do that. There's a whole bunch of other working documents on the laptop monitor, and everything else on the other monitor, what you see on the big screen, is different. I have to be able to flip back and forth between those 4 documents for the body. So that's why. Thank you.
Folks, we're going to ask you to return to your seats. Joining us in just, well, as soon as you return to your seats, the only Libertarian United States Congressman in American history. So please, please return to your seats. Please take your seats, and could we have quiet in the hall? Please take your seats, and if we could have quiet in the hall. By the way, this is the moment you text your friends to come back into the hall, because they're going to be upset they missed this. Again, one more time, just please take your seats. Everyone, if I could ask you to give your attention to the front of the hall. Fellow Libertarians, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Casey Whitener. Casey is a candidate for the United States Senate for this year, 2026, from the great state of South Carolina. Casey.
Good afternoon, fellow Libertarians. I am Casey Whitener, Libertarian candidate for U.S. Senate in South Carolina. Our incumbent is Lindsey Graham. So I am addressing a critical national security threat. The national debt. Our national debt has eclipsed GDP, and the establishment parties are doing nothing about it. In fact, they're making it worse. As I visit the 46 counties in South Carolina, voters are angry about the debt. Every issue is a debt issue, and they're tired of the duopoly. Right now in South Carolina, the General Assembly is meeting in a special session to consider redistricting our congressional districts, although our election is already underway, and as many as 12,000 ballots have already been received. They've entered into a special session changed the rules, and ignored overwhelming public testimony against this effort, all to bend to the will of the president. People in South Carolina are mad. South Carolina is ready, as we have been before, to revolt, to reject the establishment, and I am their voice. I will be the first Libertarian elected to the U.S. Senate on November 3rd in 2026. You can be part of my campaign at KSIESouthCarolina.com. That's KASIE Southcarolina.com. A $30 donation will get you a t-shirt and the corner over there where our friend Joe Jorgensen is sitting. I'd be glad to have you to be part of our tribe. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Michigan's own Justin Amash, the former representative for Michigan's 3rd District in the United States House of Representatives. If you're following his social media, you know he's a consistent, persistent critic of government overreach and corruption. We're glad to be here in his hometown this weekend and looking forward to being inspired by our friend and colleague, Justin Amash. Where is he?
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
All right, I took the long walk up here. Dear friends and fellow libertarians, members of the Libertarian National Committee, officers, delegates, and honored guests, it's great to be here in Grand Rapids with all of you. I was born just up the hill from where we're gathered today, at Butterworth Hospital, to be clear, not simply atop a hill. West Michigan, as we call this region, is my home. It's where my parents, immigrants who came to America seeking freedom and opportunity, raised me. And I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that someone finally took my advice to host a convention in this amazing place. As we celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States this year, it should not be lost on us that we live in the most libertarian country in the history of planet Earth. I'm around libertarians enough to know that some of you will be bothered by that statement. It's true that the United States is not a libertarian utopia. Far from it. But it's like no other place in the world, because it was forged in rebellion and revolution by people united not mainly by ancestral ties, but by their shared love of liberty. As John Adams noted, the colonies had grown up under constitutions of government so different. There was so great a variety of religions. They were composed of so many different nations. Their customs, manners, and habits had so little resemblance, and their intercourse had been so rare and the knowledge of each other so imperfect, that to unite them in the same principles and theory and the same system of action was certainly a very difficult enterprise. The complete accomplishment of it in such a short time and by such simple means was perhaps a singular example in the history of mankind. The American Revolution was a radical libertarian movement, unique in human history. The United States was founded as a libertarian country. But that doesn't mean it's been smooth sailing over the past 250 years. We, the people, haven't always lived up to the ideals enshrined in our Declaration of Independence. That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. From the beginning, we've made excuses for why it's okay to violate the God-given rights of others. Sometimes we've righted our wrongs, but not always. Yet despite our many shortcomings, the spirit of liberty hasn't been extinguished from this land. Millions of Americans continue not just to demand liberty, but to expect it. No matter how much some try to claim otherwise, the fact is that the heart of American culture is liberty. It is true, as some on today's right like to say, that America is not just an economic zone, it is a nation. But it's not the kind of nation that many of them think it is. The United States is a nation of liberty. The culture of liberty is so ingrained in American society that we often fail to notice it. We take for granted the freedom of speech, the freedom of religion, the right to keep and bear arms, the safeguarding of property rights, the rule of law, checks on unilateral government, and yes, even limits on democracy that exist to protect individuals and minorities from popular majorities. We don't recognize how unique our Constitution is in the history of humankind. I know it's fashionable in some circles to quote Lysander Spooner, but whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain, that it has either authorized such a government as we have had, or has been powerless to prevent it. In either case, it is unfit to exist. But the issue has never been whether the Constitution could prevent all tyranny. The founders and framers understood well that freedom was at risk, no matter the framework of government, without a virtuous people. Rather, the question is whether the Constitution has placed Americans, 340 million out of 8.2 billion people, in a better position than the rest of humanity to uphold and expand liberty within our borders. And in that regard, it has certainly succeeded. The Constitution was inspired and shaped by American culture in the late 1700s. But the libertarian principles embedded in that document and in the Declaration of Independence continue to this day to inspire and shape American culture. It's hard to overstate the extent to which our written Constitution, a Constitution that forms the basis of our shared government, a Constitution that is the most libertarian framework of government the world has ever known, a Constitution that is widely revered and difficult to amend, has helped to preserve our free society. Whatever the flaws of the U.S. Constitution, not 1 in a million times could another gathering of people develop a national constitution so dedicated to the principles of liberty, and certainly not for a country at the scale of the United States. As I've said many times, echoing the words of one of my favorite founders, James Madison, our Constitution is a miracle. The fact that the Constitution remains to this day a thing that is discussed, debated, and yes, revered, is not by chance. It is because millions of us continue to cite it, to defend it, to demand that it not be ignored or abandoned. I had the honor of serving in Congress with Ron Paul. One of the things I deeply admired and continue to admire about him is that in the face of an overgrown and abusive government, his response has always been clear and unwavering. Why don't we just follow the Constitution? I could do a better impression, but I don't want to do it here. This simple question, asked by Americans for nearly a quarter century, has sustained our constitutional republic and bolstered the cause of freedom during some of our country's most difficult periods. In the face of serious challenges to our rights, our American culture of liberty, and our American Constitution, each one influencing the other, have produced the most robust defenses of free speech and personal arms anywhere in the world. The protection of individual liberty in these areas and so many others is our legacy as libertarians. The U.S. Constitution is our Constitution, a libertarian Constitution. Our opposition to out-of-control spending, to unsustainable debt, to unauthorized and endless wars, to warrantless searches and seizures, to violations of due process of law, to corporate welfare and special interest favoritism, and our opposition to perpetual emergency declarations that sidestep the legislative process. These are libertarian principles enshrined in the Constitution. It's no surprise, then, that our Constitution is under assault from the neocons and warmongers in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, from the Democratic Socialists and the National Conservatives, from the so-called woke left and the red-pilled right. Yet the most immediate and insidious threat today comes from within the very movement that claims to put America first, but routinely puts it last. And that is the corporate socialist coalition that I refer to as MAGA Inc. Let me briefly explain why the danger from this ostensibly Republican movement is the most serious. Simply put, we've seen the response to this movement by supposed defenders of liberty, and it hasn't been good. If anything, liberty folks have largely empowered it by embracing it or staying silent on it. With potential political critics from the right effectively neutralized, much of the vocal opposition to government abuses has been neutralized as well. Libertarians and constitutional conservatives readily understand why the left is a threat to liberty, so they're always prepared to pounce at the least sign of trouble. But when it comes to threats from the right, too many of our friends in the liberty world have been reluctant to push back, even against the president with the most authoritarian tendencies we've seen in a modern chief executive. Look, as someone who served in Congress for many years as a libertarian Republican, I understand the impulse to give someone on the right who's new to the political scene a chance, especially when that person is verbally taking aim at the old GOP establishment and war hawks. In fact, during the early run-up to the 2016 presidential election, I advised Rand Paul not to get caught up in the back and forth with then-candidate Trump, whom Senator Paul saw as a real danger to our constitutional republic. But it didn't take long for me to see that Rand had been correct to hit back. And the problem was that too few of his political allies were joining him in doing so. Within weeks of his taking office, Donald Trump made clear whom he considered to be his primary enemies within the GOP: libertarians and constitutional conservatives. One of his first targets was the House Freedom Caucus, a group of liberty-minded members of Congress who had formed a voting bloc to take on the establishment congressional leadership in Washington. In March 2017, Trump tweeted, and I won't do a Trump impression here, though I could. No. I'm just going to read it. Okay, the Freedom Caucus will hurt the entire, okay, we're not going to do it. He said the Freedom Caucus will hurt the entire Republican agenda if they don't get on the team and fast. We must fight them and Dems in 2018. We must fight them. He said that about the House Freedom Caucus. Trump's strategy was clear. One, use populist rhetoric to rally the GOP base to his side. Two, attack libertarians and constitutional conservatives in Congress to turn the base against them, and in so doing, create an easier path to three, ensure that the GOP establishment gets its policy agenda enacted. You don't have to take my word for it. The proof is in the outcomes. Among other things, Trump torpedoed every effort to repeal and replace Obamacare. He signed massive spending increases and created the highest ever federal debt. He increased our military presence in the Middle East and launched attacks in multiple countries without congressional approval, including, most recently, taking us to war with Iran. He repeatedly vetoed measures by Congress to limit U.S. involvement in overseas wars, block weapons sales, and prevent war. In fact, and listen to this, most of Trump's vetoes have been against measures trying to limit U.S. military aggression abroad. He has massively increased the military budget, most recently calling for $500 billion in additional spending on top of an already record budget. He expanded civil asset forfeiture, allowing the federal government to work with state authorities to forfeit assets in states that prohibit civil asset forfeiture. He signed reauthorizations of FISA 702 and the Patriot Act. He raised taxes by charging Americans billions of dollars in tariffs, and even used a phony emergency declaration to justify much of it. He has spent billions of dollars bailing out the agriculture industry for losses that his own policies helped create. He demanded that Congress pass the CARES Act, trillions of dollars, without a recorded vote. One of the biggest wealth transfers from the poor to the rich in history. And then he attacked Thomas Massie for demanding a recorded vote, calling him a third-rate grandstander. I could go on, but my time here is limited. The partisans and excuse makers will, of course, reply, what about Biden? Yes, Biden was awful too, and I consistently criticized his actions as president. You want the receipts? Just search my X account. But why does that matter? The fact that another president was also bad does not make this president good or worth supporting. Nor is it sufficient that our current president sometimes does things that libertarians like, just as it's not sufficient that a past president did. The fact is that Trump and Biden have far more in common with one another when it comes to their policies than they do with libertarians, constitutional conservatives, or most Americans. This should surprise no one. On the most important issues of the day, Republicans and Democrats in Washington largely agree with one another, to the detriment of Americans everywhere. Trump is no exception. It's kayfabe, like WWE. Yes, Trump is authentic. He's authentically dishonest. He's the quintessential politician. He proved that operating as an unabashed, totally transactional person can lead to great political success, at least within one's own party. But Trump is not our ally, and no amount of wish casting will change that. It's not merely because he's surrounded by the wrong people giving him bad advice. To think he's going to adopt libertarian beliefs if we make the right overtures is as misguided as the American colonists who thought they could curry favor with King George III, that he was simply being misled by Parliament. It's not in his nature. At the core of libertarian philosophy, as espoused by Mises, Hayek, and others, is the concept of the rule of law. From this concept, we get other key ideas, such as the separation of powers in governance, equality before the law, and protection of the private sphere. Trump doesn't believe in the rule of law. It might be more precise to say that he doesn't think about it at all. He thinks only in terms of immediately getting what he wants. He believes in the rule of Trump. It's no wonder that libertarians draw his ire. It's no wonder that many of the people in Congress he went after the hardest, from Mark Sanford to me to Thomas Massie, are the ones dedicated not to Donald Trump, but to the principles that truly made America great. As Laura Loomer warned immediately after Massie's primary loss, Rand Paul, you're next. So where do we go from here? Let me start by saying, and this should come as no shock, I'm not opposed to libertarians running within the Republican Party, or within any party for that matter. As I often say, political parties are tools for getting elected. A candidate should use the best tool for the job. Sometimes, as is the case here in Michigan, this decision is dictated by election laws. But it should be obvious by now to libertarians that the current version of the GOP is a landmine for a libertarian candidate or elected official. Trump is a man who spent the past year incessantly working to convince the GOP base that Thomas Massie, the best member of Congress, is the worst member of Congress. Think about that. What matters today in GOP politics is fealty to Trump. As the Republican Party shrinks, this loyalty test will get only harder to pass. The Libertarian Party can become the political home to millions of libertarians and liberty-minded individuals, including disaffected constitutional conservatives, but it must dramatically change the way it engages in politics. First, double down on the national politics. I know this is counterintuitive to some people. It's the big, high-energy races that allow you to grow a party and ultimately win the small races. We need that national branding to build our membership. But here's another point to consider. Contrary to what many libertarians think, voters are far more likely to elect a big L libertarian candidate at the higher levels of office than at the lower levels. Because libertarian candidates sometimes win nonpartisan local races, the analysis is confounded. People often mistakenly conclude that libertarians have more appeal at the very local level. But the truth is the opposite, and it's intuitive. The further away a government is from you, the more you want that government to stay out of your business. Lots of people want a libertarian president, but almost no one wants a libertarian drain commissioner. Second, focus on organizing libertarians to win elections. This is the primary function of a political party. Issue advocacy should be left mainly to issue advocacy groups. If libertarians want to engage extensively in political activism, by all means do so, but do it with a PAC or a C4. This doesn't mean that the Libertarian Party shouldn't do any issue advocacy. It just means that those functions should be secondary to the primary function of organizing libertarian candidates to run races and win. And under no circumstances should the Libertarian Party operate as some kind of Republican JV team. Party leaders should be endorsing and supporting their own party's candidates for office. And in the very least, not working to sabotage them. If they can't do that, then they're unfit to lead. Third, keep the messaging and marketing simple. The Libertarian Party cannot cater to every libertarian interest. The narrower our focus, the smaller the tent becomes. A successful political party needs to strongly appeal to about 1/3 of the electorate, with the ability to pull in another 15 to 20% during any given election. This will not happen with a microscale focus on issues that 99% of the public don't care about. Emphasize big libertarian themes that already have broad popular support. Here's one list I occasionally post on X. Follow the Constitution. Read the bills. Stop governing by emergency. End the forever war. Cut taxes and spending. Stop borrowing trillions. No central bank digital currency. Protect free speech. Repeal the Patriot Act and FISA 702. No qualified immunity for government officials. And end civil asset forfeiture. Now, maybe I'd cut some of these and add a couple others if I were communicating for a political party, but you get the point. Keep it simple. Broad, popular messaging, uncomplicated emotional marketing. Give people room to join the Libertarian Party without being libertarian experts. Let them discover the truth at their own pace. The party will be well rewarded. The opportunity before us is real, and it is urgent. We are living through the 250th anniversary of the American founding at the very moment when millions of Americans are becoming newly disillusioned with both major parties. The collapse of trust in the old political order has created space for a genuine liberty movement. If the Libertarian Party does not seize this moment with courage, clarity, and discipline, then someone else will. Fellow libertarians, this is our time. Let us recommit ourselves here in Grand Rapids, my home, and for these few days, the home of our national movement, to building something worthy of the founders' legacy and our children's future. Freedom is calling. Let us answer boldly. Thank you.
Justin Amash, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'll be calling us to order. I would like to call up Mr. Molman, Credentials Committee Chair, for the amended Credentials Committee report.
Good afternoon. As of the close of credentials, we have, for this report, we have 606 primary delegates checked in and eligible to vote. We have 18 alternates. That means the majority is 304, 2/3 is 404, 3/4 is 455, 7/8 is 531, quorum is 243. Everybody good? Good. Move that that's accepted.
All right, is there any discussion on the Credentials Committee report? Is there any objection to the report as presented? Hearing no objection, the report is adopted. Item 11? All right, I recognize the Bylaws Committee Chairman, Mr. Dar, to present proposal number 11.
Okay, proposal number 11.
Oh, hold on one second. Can you test microphone 2, please?
Test. Hey. Mr. Chairman, microphone 2. Mr. Chairman, I emailed the Secretary, Mr. Secretary, a written motion near the end of yesterday. If you could please pull it up on the screen, I'll very briefly describe my intent. We're currently at the end of day 2 of main convention business. We have 12 of the total 22 bylaws
Name
proposals.
and delegation, please, sir. Just remind me.
Oh, Zach Kellier from Idaho. We're currently at the end of day 2 of main convention business. We have 12 of the total 22 bylaws proposals yet to get through. Today we've completed 1.5 of them. We've had several proposals resoundingly defeated by the body, only to be debated further at length.
Sir, please make your exact motion, and then I'll ask for a second.
Well, the motion's in writing. I can read it for you if
yes,
you'd like.
Please.
Sure.
Well, he's going to make the motion first.
Yeah, well, after I read it then, yeah.
Right.
I move to suspend the rules regarding our current consideration of the bylaws report in order to remove the second round currently used for amending failed proposals, to permit amendments to each proposal to occur within the context of that first. It's moving around a lot as I'm reading it, sorry. Within the context of that first round of consideration of the proposal, and to have a cumulative total of 15 minutes of debate for a given proposal, ultimately resulting in one vote to approve or reject the whole of each proposal. And my goal is that we can just save a little bit of time and not have stuff resoundingly defeated by the body and then be debated at length afterward.
Is there a second? All right, it looks like we have seconds. We'll now move on to discussion. Is there any discussion on this proposal? Microphone 3, then we'll go 1, then we'll go back to 2.
I'm sorry, this is...
Oh, wait a minute, you're right. This is suspension of the rules, so we have to vote on that first. Right?
So are we voting on a suspension to adopt this or suspension to
Suspension
consider
of the rules
this?
to consider this.
Okay.
All right, so that will require 2/3. All in favor of suspending the rules to consider this proposal, raise your token. All right, put them down. All opposed? The ayes have it. We're now on to the motion discussion. Microphone 3.
I rise in opposition to this, and I'll tell you why. So years ago, we did have a process exactly like this is stating up here. The problem was that everybody here, everybody wants to amend whatever the Bylaws Committee comes up with. And you wind up having a debate session over the amendments, and you never get that back to the actual proposal itself. So given that the Bylaws Committee has put in so much work into this and thought into this, I think it's best, in order to have well-formed proposals that work, that we first give consideration to the unmodified version that they're proposing. And if you reject it, then go back to making amendments. So there's history behind this, folks. There's a reason why we do it the way we do it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Secretary.
if you can step away from the microphone, we can hear you talking. Microphone over there by Texas. You're up against the microphone.
All right, and now we'll go to microphone 1. Name and state, please.
Okay, we've been recognized over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Omar Recurl, Florida. I have a point of order, Mr. Chair. I believe we debated something similar to this, and it was shot down as far as cutting through the bylaws so that we didn't have the second part. Would this not be dilatory?
This motion is not the exact same. It has a 15-minute time for debate. It's materially different, so I believe it stands separate and would be in order. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2, Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. I have a procedural question first.
Yes,
is
sir.
it appropriate at this time, consideration of this motion to suspend, to propose a alternate or different motion to suspend? Is it yes or no? Okay, I'll hold on.
I suppose the answer is no. We're currently on to debate. Microphone 3.
Yes, Sean Lavasser from Maine. I wish I got to this microphone a little quicker because I think we can speed things along with a different method. I was intending to make a motion to just simply limit to the time of the bylaws report. What was that? Oh, louder. Okay, sorry. I intended to make a motion to limit the time to hear the bylaws report to no later than 3:30 p.m. Simple shot clock.
Okay, so what are you modifying in the motion as presented, specifically?
Nothing at the moment. I would just argument to shut this down so we could hear this motion.
I don't think that's in order. I'm sorry, that's
Call
not
the
in order.
question.
Microphone 1.
You called the question.
All right, there's
Oh,
been a
sorry.
motion to call the question. Is there a second? Second. All in favor of calling the question, raise your token. Put them down. All opposed? We will call the question.
Point of order.
Point of order, sir.
Yes, sir. Jack Westbrook,
Name and
great state of Texas. And you had recognized microphone 1 ahead of that person, and I think that was inappropriate, sir.
All right, so we're on to the motion as presented. The motion has been called. It will require a two-thirds vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your token. All right, put them down. All opposed?
Not two-thirds.
Doesn't look like two-thirds to me. Motion fails. Microphone 2, Mr. Goldstein.
All right, Sam Goldstein from Indiana again. I move to suspend the rules to, I can't read Evan's writing, to postpone definitely the remainder of the bylaws report following number 11 until after the at-large elections are concluded.
All right, there's motion. Do we have second? All right, so this requires suspension of the rules, just two-thirds. All in favor of suspending the rules to consider the question, raise your token. All right, put them down. All opposed? It looks like two-thirds to me. We'll now consider the motion.
I
Would
can
you like to
speak
speak
my
to your
motion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just real briefly, we've gone through a lot of stuff yesterday and today. We have not really gotten through the meat of the bylaws report. I still think the dedicated bylaws committee has a lot to say, but we have very important business to get to. We've had a lot of speakers. We need to get through the elections and then pick up the bylaws report later and the platform report as we can. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Karen Ann Harlos, Colorado. Sorry, I haven't been given my name before. I think I'm somewhat known. But I speak in favor of Mr. Goldstein's motion, but there's something I want to argue in favor of it. I'm very disappointed on how we've deprioritized business this convention. We went over an hour in the morning. We have 2-hour breaks, which mean 2.5-hour breaks. We haven't called to order at any time. That is extremely disrespectful to the conventions that have come here to do business and disrespectful to the bylaws committee. Please start on time, and I hope someone moves to amend the agenda to have 1.5-hour breaks, because you know that means 2 hours, Libertarian Standard Time.
Microphone 1.
Point of order, or Eli Dalton Webb, Arizona.
Go ahead, sir.
Point of order. We were supposed to start business at 2 p.m. and yesterday we were supposed to also start business, and the cowboy guy was still speaking when we should have started business. So, just point of order. We should have, pursuant to the agenda.
Okay, this isn't a point of order. We're going to move to microphone 2.
Stephen Babka, delegate from Ohio. Mr. Chair, I came here to do 2 things: chew bubble gum and call questions, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
I'll second that.
Is there a second? All right, we're going to vote on whether or not to call the question. All in favor of calling the question, raise your token. Put them down. All opposed. The question has been called. We'll consider the motion at hand. All in favor of the motion as presented to take up elections followed by bylaws, raise your token. Are you ready? Yeah, bylaws, elections and bylaws. All right, put them down. Mr. Goldstein, does the motion on the screen represent your motion? Okay. All right. Those opposed, raise your token. This is opposed to. It looks like we have 2/3. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I call for division. Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia.
Who's speaking?
It's Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I call for division.
You call for division. All right. We're going to do a division. All in favor, you're going to have to stand and raise your token. If I can get Ovens O'Brien and Mark Montoni to assist.
Point of order. I didn't.
It is in order.
Point of order. I didn't see 20 people.
Hold on. Who's speaking? What is your point of order? Name and state.
Aaron Starr, California. Do we need 20 people to second this before we go forward?
Oh. You are correct. Your point is well taken. All right, everybody sit down. We need 20 members to raise if they would like to see a division. That looks like 20 to me.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry?
Point of order, we did a hand raise vote. When there is a call for division, the next is standing, and then the body, if the chair is still uncertain, the chair can order a counted vote, or otherwise it requires a vote of the body. So division is just to redo the vote as a standing vote. That's per Roberts.
All right, your point is well taken. What we're going to try to do is we're going to move to a standing vote. So we're going to try to do a standing 2/3. We're not going to count. We're going to gauge the room. So all in favor of the motion, stand if able or raise your token. Please sit. All opposed, please stand. That looks like 2/3 to me.
We still have proposal 11 in the way he did it. I still have proposal 11.
Okay. All right, recognize the Bylaws Committee Chair for proposal number 11.
So those that didn't catch that part, he said proposal 11, then we're suspending to that position there. So I have 2 minority reports on proposal 11. Those that are moving the minority reports, please stand in the side to speak to your minority report there. As discussed earlier, our bylaws don't cover the specifics on minority reports, so then we go to Robert's Rules of Order and apply that to our bylaws as far as our discussion points. Since we didn't change our discussion order, how this will go is I will present the recommendation from the committee. Each of those moving that have signed to a minority report will speak to their minority report. We will then go to the normal 8 minutes, and then after that is either voted up or down and concluded, then we can then move to the 10 minutes, at which time it would be in order to move either of those minority reports. So speaking to proposal number 11 minority report.
Point of order. I'm sorry. We have...
Hold on, sir. You're not recognized. I'm going to recognize you after he's done speaking.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. The Libertarian Party was designed, proposal number 11, delegate membership requirements. I should read the proper spot. Delegates exercise the party's highest authority. We believe those participating in governance decisions should be sustaining members of the National Party to ensure skin in the game. This amendment shall take effect upon the final adjournment of the convention in which it is adopted. Thank you. First minority report, Dr. Moulton.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I thought you were going to recognize me after this one.
May I speak, Mr. Chair, or should I?
Yes, let me go to Mr. Starr with a point of order first.
Thank you. So I think it's out of order to consider minority reports without the approval of this body. We have specific rules that we have crafted where minority reports are used for platform committee, but they're not used for the bylaws committee reports. So because we've specifically included that in the platform committee at the exclusion of the bylaws committee, we cannot use this process for anybody to come up, any member of the bylaws committee to simply come up with a minority report and present it in conflict with the committee's report.
I was going to Roberts. I don't know. There's this point in Roberts for handling minority reports. But that specifically is for platform. But I was reverting to Roberts for how to handle.
So a minority report is a privilege, is a privilege, not a right. Do you have the actual language? Look at 51, section 51, paragraph 65 of Robert's Rules.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have 2 minutes to speak about whatever I want to on proposing it. So I will tell you, the first discussion point as speaking to these reports would be that there was discussion within the committee that differs from the report there, that we placed in there that all members that would be delegates would be sustaining members. There was discussion over having those that can be voting members of their state and those sustaining members, and others that had other seasoning requirements that they wish to have that might be presented later. Because I have my 2 minutes.
Your point of order is well taken. I ask the body, shall the minority report be received?
Yes. Yes.
So it will have to be moved and seconded to receive the minority reports.
So moved.
All right, moved by Starchild. There appears to be a second. Is this debatable? I would assume so. No, it's not debatable. All right, 2/3 or majority? It would require a majority report to receive the minority report. All in favor, raise your token. Put them down. All opposed. All right, motion carries. We will hear the minority reports. I'd like to recognize Dr. Moulton.
Thank you. I'll try to be very brief. Our bylaws as they are right now, in order to be a delegate, you either need to be a national member or a state member, and national member is just a pledge signer. The committee report basically says instead of being just a pledge signer, you also need to be a dues paying member, and eliminates the possibility, eliminates the possibility of being a state member as another option. Although I agree with the first part, I disagree with the second part because of affiliate autonomy. The minority report still preserves the ability of states to send their state party members rather than requiring them to be national party members. That is the first minority report. Thank you very much.
I'd like the body to recognize Amanda Griffiths with the second minority report.
This was requested at the last minute by several members, and we believe that those members should be heard. This is a report that institutes seasoning requirements for delegates to the National Convention. This is in light of several things that have been said about how to take over the party in 2028 by people who know how to do it. And these posts are public on X, and they're also shared with the body.
Request for information, can we see what the actual language of that minority report is? We heard a description, but there's nothing in the committee report. It's not on the screen. I have no idea what that proposal actually is.
1 second while I copy it from email, please. No. If you want.
I have another point of order, and that is, it said that the language of certain...
Go ahead. State name and delegation. Go ahead.
It said certain items were shared with the body, some language. Is it possible to get that on the screen or for it to be shared in some other way?
I'll ask the secretary to get the minority language on the screen.
I didn't mean the minority report. The support for it, Ms. Griffiths mentioned, was shared with the body. I don't see it shared with the body.
I don't have supporting information.
What do you mean supporting information?
I have supporting for the minority report presented, number 1 from Dr. Moulton. I don't believe I have anything official from Ms.
Okay. So how we're going to proceed is this. During the initial 8-minute period, we're going to discuss the Bylaws Committee majority report. After that period is over, it would be in order to substitute.
Hold on 1 second, please. Hold on.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
you didn't-
And I wanted to say the text for the second minority report is on the LNC public list and is also on the bylaws public list.
hold on. Where is it on the LNC public list? So
Did it forwarded to it? Did it not forward?
Stand at ease for just a moment.
It's not on here. I got block information, my agenda that I sent out, the audited financial report.
Okay. Let me try again.
That's what I'm supposed to put on the board?
That's what they want to see, apparently, the screen. Apparently, you can embezzle money when you do it.
So the body is aware what I've been asked to put up on the screen as the supporting documentation are screenshots that were attached to the agenda or the email. Yeah, it's supposed to be. This is the supporting documentation.
Point of order, microphone 2.
Point of order, microphone 2.
This is completely unreasonable. It's out of line. There's no other thing in which we pulled up out of, things off the internet to support an argument one way or the other. Just put the text up and we can vote on it. That's all.
Mr. Chair, this was submitted as the supporting documentation for Minority Report 2.
Yeah, this was submitted as the supporting documentation for the Minority Report number 2.
May I
Go ahead.
remove it from the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So, are we going to continue on now with the 8 minutes with Ms.
8 minutes.
Okay.
8 minutes to the main.
Okay. Do you want to speak to that? Okay. All right. We are now on the main proposal for the next 8 minutes. We'll now take up discussion on the main proposal. Microphone 1.
Pat Dixon, Texas. I speak in favor of the committee proposal, which I do believe in the principle as stated in what the committee explained here, having skin in the game of the organization that you're trying to govern. To Dr. Moulton's comment about affiliate autonomy, I understand that, but affiliates are different entities. If you want to be a member of an affiliate party and govern that affiliate, great, but when you come to the national convention, I think you should have skin in the game in the national party. If I could ask a request for information, just for clarity, Paul, since we're striking or an affiliate party, so it would read members of the party, capital letter, is it intuitively obvious it has to be the national party? Nobody could argue the party could be an affiliate?
That is intuitively understood, yes.
Microphone 2.
Yes, I would like to move to amend the main proposal by substitution of the minority report for it.
Name and delegation.
Right. Your name, sir?
Oh, I'm Scott Bowman from
All right,
Michigan.
that is not in order at this time. It will be at the end of this 8-minute period or if this motion is voted down.
Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I move to suspend the rules and consider the substitution of the Moulton minority proposal.
All right. Do we have a second? All right. We'll proceed to a vote on whether or not to suspend the rules to take up the Moulton minority report. All in favor of the motion to suspend the rules, raise your token. Put them down. All opposed.
Right, but it wasn't him.
2/3.
No, it wasn't.
Motion carries.
Bracco who just did it.
All right, we are now on to the consideration of the Moulton.
Pause. Just give me a second.
All right, we are now on a motion to consider the Moulton Minority Report by substitution. I'll go to, I
have a point of inquiry.
So,
parliamentary inquiry.
Microphone 2.
Because we've done this motion to suspend the rules, is it now in order to amend this, or does it have to fail to consider the other alternate proposal? I'm trying to figure out parliamentarily what the word is. How do we even consider the alternative motion? The other proposal.
Because it was substituted, it's being taken up during that first time frame. It cannot be amended. It would have to be
Okay.
voted down. Then we'd move into the amendment period.
So I just to make very clear, what
Yes.
we've basically done is suspended the rules, made the first alternative the main motion.
Correct.
The main motion's now gone.
Yes.
And then if this fails, then we go to the second one.
Correct.
Okay.
Or
Consideration.
Or any amendments.
Yeah, right, thank you.
Yep. Microphone 1.
I had a point of parliamentary inquiry that is interrupting, because I don't know if everyone's clear on the parliamentary situation. I certainly am not. If this one passes, what is the parliamentary situation of the second one? Is it considered to have failed, even though it was never heard?
Yes.
Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Can we get the minority report on the screen?
Can you please state your name, state, and speak a little louder?
Sean Sparkman, Texas, the great state of Texas.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Microphone 2.
Yes, I'm Pietro Geraci, delegate from New York, and I rise in opposition to this particular amendment on 2 grounds. One, Minority Report number 2 is a better report that I urge this body to take up. The other point is that if you are going to be a delegate to the National Convention making decisions that affect the national party, you should be contributing to the national party, and you should be a member of the national party. And I do not believe that simply being a member of a state affiliate is enough. It does not suffice. You should be a member of the national party, and that is why I urge my fellow delegates to vote down this and vote to consider proposal or minority report number 2.
Microphone 3.
I'm Kat Hartley from Georgia. I was wondering, when we do end up voting on this minority report, if we could divide it, Section A and Section B. Motion to divide.
We can't divide it right now. It's not in order to divide right now. It's not in order to divide during this period because it has to be taken up as a whole motion. And once this period ends, we move on to the amendment period. Then we would be able to do it.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I believe one member can demand division if they are segregable pieces. I believe she's entitled to demand division.
They want to divide it because it would be considered an amendment. Right.
I don't know what's going on.
Because they want to divide the motion to consider separate. 2 parts.
Is it weird?
Hey, Tom.
It's very strange.
You doing all right, Tom?
It's a weak
It looks like he's breathing hard.
An amendment saying I want this report instead.
Okay.
And that's the way it should have been.
Yeah.
We do.
I mean, where? What are you at? I feel like they get a little bit lost.
Yeah. The chair is ruling that it is not in order during this original period. It would be in order during the amendment period.
Okay.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, this is Hector Ruz from Florida. I have a point of parliamentary inquiry. We recently amended the agenda to bring up LNC elections after this order of business. What is the LNC elections that are going to follow? Are we going to have JC elections first and then the chair and the rest of the LNC? Or are we bringing up the chair election first?
The first one, JC first.
Thank you.
Microphone 2. Oh, we are at time, which means we are going to vote on the question as presented. All right, all in favor of the motion as presented, raise your token. All right, hold on. There's some confusion. Okay. The motion presented on the screen is the Moulton Minority Report that has been moved by substitution. If this motion is voted down, then we would move to an amendment period where I believe it's the original motion would be considered. No, so it would be in order to, where at that point it would be in order to amend or substitute it with either the minority report or an amended version. Does that make sense? That makes sense? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and vote on this. All in favor, please raise your token. 2/3. All right, put them down. All opposed? Doesn't look like 2/3 to me. Motion fails. We're now on to the amendment phase. I'm going to go to microphone 3.
Request for information.
Yes, sir.
So, because this will decide how I vote on subsequent. If the proposed second minority report were to pass, does that remove the ability at this convention for delegates who are not currently paid national members? Would they be
No,
struck
because
as
they've
their
already been
delegate?
credentialed and they're going to be here till the end of this meeting. So it would not affect currently credentialed delegates.
Okay, even though our bylaws say that changes occur immediately.
Because we've already adopted the Credentials Committee report.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Microphone 1.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Where is this?
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia, mic 3.
Go ahead, sir.
Is a substitution motion a majority vote or a 2/3 vote?
Substitution is majority. Adoption is 2/3.
And we were voting on substituting the committee proposal with the Moulton.
No, we already voted on that. We were voting on whether or not to adopt it.
Yeah, that became 2/3.
Mr. Chair.
You missed the earlier vote.
Microphone 1.
Fair enough.
I would like to move to consider the minority report too.
All right, there's been a motion to consider Minority Report 2. Is there a second?
Second. Sorry.
All right, we're now on to debate on Minority Report, or excuse me. Yeah, we're now on to debate whether or not to consider Minority Report number 2. Is there any debate? No?
Just take a vote.
Mr. Chair, thank you. That's what I want to see.
Can you show the motion, please?
We're voting on whether to consider it.
There's your motion. Is there any discussion?
We're just, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Point of
Mr.
inquiry. We did a motion and a second just to hear this, right? So
Yeah,
we're just
this
voting
is-
on whether
This
to
is to consider
consider it.
whether or not we consider it as the amended motion. As a substitute motion, excuse me, which would require a majority.
And there is
If there's no further debate on this item, we'll take it to a vote as to whether.
Mike 1 has discussion on Minority Report 2.
Excuse me, sir? Please ask, be recognized. What is your question?
Zach Finkelstein, New Jersey. Are
What
we in
is your-
discussion for the calling the question of Minority Report 2?
You wish to debate?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Brief. So I'm Zach Finkelstein from New Jersey. Yes, I'm a Mises delegate with my lapel pin, but you can ask Chase Oliver directly. I did donate in petition for him to get on the ballot. A seasoning
Is this germane to
requirement.
the question?
Yes, it does pertain to the question. A seasoning requirement would hurt the New Jersey delegation due to the fact that we struggle to fulfill our slate as is. We understand the need for people to have skin in the game financially at both the local level or state or district level and the national level, but not as a Mises lapel wearing delegate, but as a New Jersey delegate. I oppose the seasoning requirement due to the fact that New Jersey has a dearth of members compared to its historical norms, and a seasoning requirement would block out New Jersey delegates from joining the 2028 convention, regardless of the type of libertarian that they are. I understand people's concerns in the tweets that Michael Heiss made, but I'm opposed to a seasoning requirement. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
I rise in opposition to this because this doesn't address members who had lapsed and later decided to come back. So I think that you're depriving people the opportunity to be here who are longtime libertarians.
Microphone 2.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I thought we were not debating the bylaw, but just whether or not we were going to hear it, but apparently we're going to have arguments for it and against it. I do think that it is addressing membership lapse right there in C. It is directly saying if you let it lapse for more than 30 days, your timer resets. I think that there should be I planned to, once we got there, make a motion to amend the 2 or more years down to 18 months or greater, so that we make sure that everybody who is here today can qualify for the 2028 National Convention, because it's less than 2 years away. But that's, we can fix the little tweaks and things to make things right, but we need to have something, and I urge the delegation to at least let us have the debate and let us make the motions to amend it to fix it. Thank you.
I'd like to make a quick announcement that there is a van parked outside with Colorado plates in front of a fire hydrant that will be towed. So if that is your van, I would go ahead and move that. What color? What color? I don't know. Maybe green. It's Colorado. Microphone 1.
And it doesn't say.
Mr. Chairman, Jax Jensen, delegate from Missouri. I also stand in opposition to this. I am working my tail off in the very libertarian-leaning Ozarks. And if over the next 12 months I succeed in bringing new members in, they need to have the opportunity to participate next time we have a convention, not just simply 3 years from now. This is a legit rule for leadership of this party, but we need to let all these new members who are hopefully disaffected with the Massey vote, or who we are attracting because of our financial situation. If I'm trying to tell them to come return to the gold standard, they need to be able to participate sooner than 2 or 3 years into the future.
Microphone 3.
First, a parliamentary inquiry. Are we debating on whether to do the motion to amend, or
we are debating whether or not to take up this motion.
Okay.
Can I speak to my motion?
No, I'm recognized, please. So I would like to speak. Evan.
We're debating the motion. We're on the motion. We're moving ahead.
You got it. Oh.
The tease.
Sure. All right. Come to order. We're going to recognize microphone 3. Continue, please.
Okay, I understand the issues where everyone is like, well, it would be more difficult. Let me tell you, it's going to be a lot more difficult if you don't even have a party, because a bunch of MAGAs came in and took over the party, as you saw on the screen, and it actually said, with aggression. If you don't like it in 2028, we can amend it out. But right now, we are an existential threat. And you have to treat it as such. Otherwise, all your high ideals aren't going to do anything, because you're not going to have a party for anyone to participate in.
We're waiting.
All right. Are we going to go ahead and vote on this? Whether or not we adopt it? Is there any further discussion?
I'd like to call the question.
It doesn't.
Call the question.
Do we wish to debate on this item?
Yes.
Go ahead.
No.
Name and state.
Andrew Chatterton, delegate from Oregon. We considered yesterday an amendment that would add seasoning requirements for officers, and we expressed concerns of this body about restricting growth. We're at a very low number in our membership here recently, and how can we expect to grow the party if we are telling people who come in the next year that they can't participate? Furthermore, we've seen extensive concerns with technical limitations and glitches in our membership system, and with these restrictions on lapses, where people don't get notified when their membership lapses.
technical glitches stop renewals from happening without intervention, how can we count on not disqualifying people that, through no fault of their own, failed to meet one of those requirements? We need to grow this party. We should not be putting measures in that restrict growth and cause us to block people who are good contributing libertarians to the party from being able to participate in its governance.
Any further debate? Microphone one.
Call the question.
I was trying to call the question. It's my
All
motion.
right, is there a second to call the question?
Can we get clarity on what the question is?
Hold on, who's speaking? Hold
Can we-
on.
Microphone 3, can we get clarity on exactly what the question is? I've heard differing things. Are we voting on whether to take this up for consideration so we can debate the merits, or this is the debate on the merits and we're voting
This
whether
is the
to
debate to
adopt
take
it?
up the consideration of the motion.
Okay, because we've been debating the merits, and, yeah. All right, I will wait until it's time to debate
All right, so we're
merits.
going to, the motion has been, the motion to call the question has been called on whether or not to consider taking up this motion. So, all in favor of taking up the motion, raise your token.
Wait, what is it?
The motion for to take up the second minority report, or,
Not to actually adopt.
this is, I'm sorry, this is a motion to call the question.
It's the motion to call the question.
Motion to call the question.
To take up the report.
To take up the report. All right, put him down. All opposed. All right, we will, now, the question has been called as to whether or not to take up the question. All in favor, this requires a majority to take up the question. Raise your hand. All right, put him down.
Point of
All
inform-
opposed.
I can't even vote because I don't have the information. On point of information,
Looks like motion fails.
I call for division.
point of information.
Wait.
Point of information first.
Yeah, point of information. Where can we actually see the text of the second proposal?
Right there.
Right on the screen.
I saw something else there.
I have a point of inquiry. Was that vote a majority or two-thirds?
Majority.
And there wasn't a majority?
You think it was a majority?
Okay.
So it failed.
No, hang on.
It was close.
No, hang on.
So we just, yeah, so what they was, we were voting on whether to take up the motion and consider.
everybody should is
Yeah, it's whether or not to debate.
Mr. Secretary, can you move?
Mr.
down
Chair,
screen?
microphone one. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Hold on.
Exactly my question.
Hey,
Ken, ask the Secretary.
how are you?
Down, so we can see. Because he's talking.
They're deep in discussion about my question. Because I'm right. You know, I think a majority did not because it did not hit two-thirds. It hit majority. Yes. I think so.
Yeah, we can even get two-thirds to consider whatever.
What's that? The thing is that there was the we only have the motion to take it up. We haven't actually started the debate on the motion, so I don't think the 10-minute timer started yet.
They have no idea what's going on. You can't even move people in here. And the whole thing about like legal fields participate, no, they don't. They need to get involved in their local party and their state party and do stuff there, then come here. Which is hypocritical because I was here in 2020 when I joined in 2019, but I'm older and wiser.
Not yet, we actually should.
And then New Jersey's that's their problem.
But everybody's confused, and some people were doing it. So if they decide that this is
That's their own fault. They elected bad leaders. But Indiana, New Jersey, they're like, well, we're not building.
Indiana's doing very well with Sam's group. Indiana always does well.
Yeah, I was talking about Indiana. Yeah, like you did that to yourselves. Don't make that our problem.
voted to consider, on the, whether to consider it. It should have been a majority vote.
And
But we did
while
not
we
have
were
two
having,
votes.
and while we were discussing whether to consider it, we talked about the merits.
Right, which, whatever. That's why I asked. I'm like, what are we debating? Because I thought we were just.
We are so divided on that.
All right, so more importantly, when do we get alcohol? Right?
I had some last night. I had a lot of alcohol.
Once he gets his ass back up where it belongs, I'm challenging the woman with the chair. It only requires a simple majority to bring it up. It takes 2/3 to pass it. There clearly was a majority.
So what you're
Yeah,
actually
he's-
should do is call for
No, I'm challenging the woman with the chair. Because
Point of
All right,
parliamentary
hey, listen up.
inquiry.
So a few things happened. We ran out of time during that last motion, so it changed the dynamics of things. The motion to consider, the second minority report will be a motion on whether or not to adopt that minority report. We're out of time. Debate is over. So we will consider whether or not to adopt minority report number 2. It would require a 2/3 vote to adopt. And that's where we're currently at. And that would make it a part of the bylaws. There'd be no further discussion. So at this time, we are going to take up whether or not the second minority report shall be considered for adoption.
Point of personal privilege.
What?
Not considered for adoption, it would be adopted.
Waiting to make a motion.
Point of
Correct,
order?
yeah. Shall it be adopted or not?
Point of
That one
order,
took it from
microphone
2
3,
years down to
Nicholas
18 months.
Conrad, Alaska.
Go ahead, sir.
I believe the motion to consider was already, the vote to consider was already made and it failed. How are we then
It's too complicated.
now considering it?
It's too complicated.
The motion,
You're saying, but it's too complicated.
I'm not sure I can vote.
I'm told by the parliamentarian that it is supposed to be a motion to whether or not to adopt. Now, whether or not it doesn't get 2/3 might be a question for us, so it was done improperly. I did it improperly. It should have been a 2/3 vote whether or not we adopt it, not consider it. So that was the mistake. So we're going to consider it again under a different frame. It's not whether we consider it, it's whether we adopt it.
The body has already said they don't want to consider it.
But it was done out of order, so I want to do it one more time so we can make sure.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay. There is an appeal to the ruling of the chair. What's your name, sir?
Nicholas Conrad, Alaska.
All right. Well, we're out of time on that, so we're just going to move to a vote.
I'm just saying.
Is there a second? Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained, actually, is the question. Okay,
What are we voting on?
the question is, okay, hold on. Here's where we're at. I made a mistake. The motion for the second minority report should have been a motion whether or not to adopt it, to adopt it in its entirety, not whether or not to take it up for discussion, because discussion was already had. So I made a mistake. I want to redo that vote to see if it gets to 2/3 in order to adopt that minority report. The gentleman from Alaska said that it's already been had, it's done, Mr. Chair, we're finished, and he's appealing my ruling. So my question to the body is whether or not the ruling of the chair shall be sustained, and we'll retake the vote, see whether or not it gets 2/3. Yes. See whether or not it gets 2/3, and then it would be adopted. So the question is, shall we move on to a vote to adopt that bylaws report? Okay? So the yes votes would be to sustain the ruling of the chair, and we'd move on to a vote on whether to consider the adoption of the minority report. It did get enough seconds. A no vote, we just move on. So all in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair, raise your tokens.
Point of order.
Hold on. All right, put them down. All opposed. Looks like 2/3 to me. So we'll now go into immediately a ballot of whether or not we adopt the minority report number 2. It would require 2/3.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Who's speaking?
Point of privilege at mic 3.
Point of order, microphone 3.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Andrew Chatterton from Oregon delegation. As a point of personal privilege, I wanted to ask that...
A point of personal privilege or a point of order?
A point of privilege.
What's your privilege? What are you asking?
I wanted to request that similarly to how you've just done with the explanation of the motion and the matter that we're going into a vote on, I want to request if you could please, going forward, continue that practice. It's very helpful for the body to understand the motions being voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we'll be voting on Minority Report number 2. It would require 2/3 to adopt. All in favor of the adoption of Minority Report number 2, raise your hand. All right, put them down. All opposed? Doesn't look like 2/3. Motion fails.
Microphone 3. Mic 1. Mic 1. Sorry.
All right. At this time, we'll be moving on to the nominations
Mr.
of
Chair,
the Judicial
mic
Committee.
1, please.
Yes, hold on. Microphone 1. I'll be with you in a second. We're moving on to the nominations. So microphone 1, go ahead.
Yes, Omar Crow from Florida. That looked really close. I call for division.
It's too late. No? Oh, okay. All right. Is there...
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Hold on,
respectfully.
hold on. Is there 20 other individuals who would like to see that last motion divided? Okay, we have the votes. We'll do a standing vote of the last item. Right. All right, now we're going to go back and vote on whether or not to consider the adoption of, or whether or not we're going to adopt, excuse me, Minority Report number 2. All in favor of its adoption, please stand. Please sit. Please sit. Please sit. All opposed, please stand. Motion does not get 2/3, does not pass. Okay, we are now into the nomination of the Judicial Committee. If you could please go down to the microphones and make your nominations, please.
Mr.
At this
Chair,
time.
I have an interrupting motion.
Microphone 3.
For that last vote, I'd like to move to reconsider and enter on the minutes.
Dang, the Arizonans.
We're just going to go back to the same takeover stuff last time. Don't fix it.
Oh,
What's up?
Huh? I have, if it goes either way, I have something to say.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
No, it's not even that. I think
Parliamentary inquiry, microphone 2.
Dan Ziemba, Michigan delegate. It's my understanding that the proposed motion from Ms. Harlos would require that she voted on the prevailing side of the last motion, which would be a no vote in this case. Is that the case?
I'm sorry, Keith.
Okay.
We're very transparent.
We asked this question already, and she's confirmed that she voted no, so she was on the prevailing side.
All right. But I don't know.
Point of privilege.
The other bylaw.
Yes, sir.
Chuck Hagerman, Indiana. Since we have voted down the two minority reports, is not the original amendment now in order?
No, that period has passed.
Okay.
Point of privilege, mic 1.
Point of privilege, microphone 1.
Zach from New Jersey again. I speak in opposition to Ms.
This is not
Carlos.
order. You're not debating. Sorry. That's not a point of personal privilege. We're on to, hold on, that's not an order at this time.
Yeah, well,
So
I
I've
don't
been
know
told
what
we're
the
going
chair's
to
gonna do, and this line
continue.
thing is kind of ridiculous, 'cause by the time you get to the
Okay,
microphone,
we're going to come
it
back to
moves
that.
on
We're going to do the
something
JC
else.
elections at this time. All right? So at this time, I'm going to be asking for nominees to the Judicial Committee. I'll go 3, 2, 1, microphone 3.
Okay.
Joe
Mr. Chair,
Brungart
Mr.
from the
Chair.
state of Virginia. Or
Hold.
Virginia.
Hold.
Somebody from Virginia has been talking a lot. Michigan. I'd like to nominate Mark King, also from Michigan.
Your name again, sir?
Joe Brungart, delegate from Michigan.
And who is the nominee? Slowly.
Mark King.
Mark King. Microphone 2.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
How many minutes are the speeches for the JC?
How many minutes? 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I move to make the speech, or suspend the rules to make the speeches 30 seconds long. Who was it?
All right, motion has been moved and seconded.
By the way, that's Dan Lewis of Illinois.
We will now move on to whether or not to suspend the rules to consider
I'm
the
going to need your
motion.
name in just a second. Dan Lewis of where?
Which state, sir? Illinois?
Illinois.
All in favor of suspending the rules in order to consider the motion, raise your token. All right, put them down.
How long did he say?
All opposed. That looks like 2/3. We will now consider the gentleman's motion. Is there any debate on whether or not to decrease time for speeches of the JC from 5 minutes to 30 seconds?
Me too.
Going once, going twice. Mr. Starr.
Excuse me, motion to substitute
I'm sorry.
2 minutes for 30 seconds.
Hold on. Who said
He wasn't recognized.
What?
Was he?
Who's this talking?
This gentleman, he was not recognized.
No, you're not recognized, sir. Mr. Starr is. Mr. Starr, go ahead.
I would like to learn more about the candidates I'm about to vote for, and there's just no way in the world that in 30 seconds I can make that assessment.
Is there somebody from microphone 1 that'd like to debate this topic?
No, Mr. Chair.
Anybody from microphone 2 that'd like to
I
debate
would
this
like to
topic?
respond. We only have an hour left.
Hold on. I want to let other people in line go ahead, sir. So would you like to go ahead? Are you
Point
next
of
in
order, a
line?
motion to substitute would take precedence over debate.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Chairman, my name is Drew Heaton from Arizona. Concerning this matter, what I have witnessed over the last 3 conventions is people in this position who are seeking offices of this type have been censored to the point that the body that we only meet twice a year have an opportunity to meet. We need to debate longer than 30 seconds. I would accept 2 minutes at the minimum.
Is there anyone from microphone 3 that would like to debate whether or not to move us down to 30-second speeches? Anybody from microphone 1 that would like to debate this item? Anybody from microphone 2? Hearing no further debate, majority or majority? It would require a majority vote.
But there's like 20 JC. We're going to be here for like... You're Drew, right? You have my...
Yeah, well, she didn't make a motion. She just said that she said she thought it should be 2 minutes. But somebody before him. But he wasn't recognized. I don't think he actually did. I don't think they took that out. I didn't hear a motion. He literally ran up and grabbed the mic and motioned. He wasn't recognized or anything. He just.
I was going to say 1 minute, but everybody started shouting 30 seconds.
Could I change my motion? You can, well, certainly get a motion.
No, yeah, no, you have to vote it
30
down.
seconds.
All right, the question is, shall we move the JC speeches from 2 minutes to 30 seconds? It requires a majority vote.
5 minutes, not 2.
I'm sorry, 5 minutes to
5 minutes and 30 seconds.
5 minutes to 30 seconds. Excuse me. Thank you.
Mr.
Requires a
Chair.
majority vote. Who's
Mr.
speaking?
Chair, Mike 1.
Microphone 1.
Luke Enzer, Pennsylvania delegate. I was under the impression that there was a motion to amend to 2 minutes. Has that time been passed? I thought that that was on the question.
He wasn't recognized.
That person was not recognized. We're now moving on to a vote. I will not. What is your point of order, sir?
Homer Taft, great state of Ohio, heart of it all. Did we not, in previous suspensions of the rules, require 2/3 of a vote, and is not 2/3 of the vote then required here?
We've already suspended the rules, sir.
The motion that's stated there is to suspend the rules to go from 5 minutes to 30 seconds.
Your point is well taken.
I was right.
I am told it is 2/3.
Microphone 3.
Microphone
Seeking
3.
debate.
Suspend the rules is not debatable.
We're going to move to a vote. It requires 2/3 from 5 minutes to 30 seconds. All in favor, raise your token. Put them down. All opposed. Motion fails. We are now back on to nominations of the JC. We will go to, I believe, we'll go to microphone 1.
Greg Deal from the great and beautiful Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I nominate Nick Siselski, the Judicial Committee.
Right, can you bring that name in writing to the chair, to the secretary, please? I'm not going to try to do that one and get yelled at.
Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, National Committee and Convention delegates, my name is Drew Heaton, Arizona State Chairman. I'd like to introduce someone who to many in this room needs no introduction. Across the National Party, this young man is known as the hardest working libertarian in Arizona. He is highly competent beyond his years in both statutes, bylaws, and Robert's Rules of Order. He's a successfully elected libertarian in Buckeye, Arizona, who knows taxation is theft. I am happy to nominate Mr. Nathan Gage Madden for JC.
Microphone 3.
Leah Daly from Michigan. I'd like to nominate Andrew Chatterton, Chadderdon. Thank you.
Popular.
Who made the nomination?
The nomination was made by Leah Daly.
Did you get that? Microphone 1.
Darren Pollock from Texas, and I rise to nominate my good friend and pal Nolan Schmidt for the JC.
Could you repeat his name slowly, sir?
Nolan, N-O-L-A-N, Schmidt, S-C-H-M-I-D-T, right?
Got it? Yeah. Microphone 2.
Hello, Dr. Chuck Moulton, delegate from Missouri. I rise to nominate Avins O'Brien of California, who has served with distinction on the California Judicial Committee and will be an asset to the JC, where I myself have served previously several terms. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Corey Robertson, Colorado. I would like to nominate Mike Seebeck. He has been a solid libertarian for a very long time. He also was a member of our state Colorado party. He helped write the bylaw for our judicial committee, which I am a member of now, and I would love to see him serve again. Thank you.
Mike is from Alabama.
Mike, you're from Alabama, right? Mr. Seebeck? Alabama?
Sweet home, Alabama.
Microphone 1.
Jamie Remy from the Great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I am here to nominate our amazing Toastmaster and gubernatorial candidate, Ken Krawcheck.
Microphone 2.
Mark Axon, former chair of New York. I nominate Blake Tarnoff, who I've known since 1994, an attorney and strong member of this party.
Blake Arnold?
Tarnoff. T-A-R-N-O-F-F.
Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, this is Melissa Wong from Montana. I would like to nominate Roger Roots for Judicial Committee. Roger was able to keep Montana on the ballot because of his last election.
Can you repeat his name slowly, the spelling?
Roger,
Roots, R-O-O-T-S.
R-O-O-T-S. Roots.
Unified Libertarians of Massachusetts.
Yes, okay.
I'm going to ask that all of everybody who has nominated somebody to please take a slip of paper, write down your name and delegation, as well as your nominee's name, and hand it to the secretary so we have an accurate record. Thank you. I'll go to microphone 1.
My name is Chrissy Wickers from Ohio, and I proudly nominate for the Judiciary Committee Ken Molman.
Microphone 2.
Rachel Danner from Louisiana. I would like to nominate my good friend Charlie Larkin for JC. His credentials are that he is a certified paralegal, he was chair of the United Libertarians of Massachusetts, and he has served on the board of his local social club.
Microphone 3.
Jocelyn Fry, Arkansas. I would like to nominate Jake Porter.
Microphone 1.
Cassandra Mecca, Florida. I would like to nominate Hector Roos, chairman of the Miami-Dade County Libertarian Party, for the Judicial Committee.
Microphone 3.
This is Jeff Orrock from the state of Colorado, the birthplace of the Libertarian Party. I rise to nominate Karen Ann Harlos.
Microphone 3.
Barbara Englehart from California. I would like to nominate Stefan Kinsella.
That will help a lot.
Microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, Mark Axon, New York. How many members are there that we're electing onto the Judicial Committee?
7.
Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, I rise to nominate myself. I'm the only current member of the Judicial Committee who is a longtime member of the Brevity Caucus. I was first elected to the JC my name is Mark Montoni from Colorado. I was first elected to the Judicial Committee in 2022. I've been a member of the LP since 1980 and enjoyed my service and would like to continue. I'd appreciate your vote.
Can I second you?
Does anybody at mic 1 seek to be recognized? No? Microphone 3.
Not for a nomination, but since it seems we're at the end of the nominations, I just want to inquire as to whether we've confirmed eligibility of all the nominees as they're required to have been members of the party for 4 years.
Thank you. I'm going to make sure of that eligibility requirement right after nominations. Any more nominations? Mike 3.
I'd like to nominate Brother Charlie Larkin.
Who is it?
I didn't see it on there. I'm stupid. I apologize.
All right. Nominations, microphone 1.
I move to close nominations.
Who? Who's moving to close
Sean
nominations?
Sparkman, the great state of Texas.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Can you say your name again, sir?
Sean Sparkman.
All right. There's been a motion to close nominations. Is there a second? Is that a majority?
Barbara did, but it's...
Is that debatable? No. All right, there's been a motion to close nominations. Is
Point
this
of order,
an
Mr.
interrupting
Chairman.
motion, sir? If not, then we're going to move to close nominations. The question is whether or not we close nominations. Those in favor, raise your token. All right, put them down. Those opposed. Nominations are now closed.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry. Did the secretary get Stefan Kinsella's nomination on your list from delegate from Texas? Or sorry, he's from Texas. He's with the Minnesota
For
delegation.
Stefan Kinsella?
Stefan Kinsella.
I did write it down.
Okay.
I didn't get the nominator.
Barbara Engelhardt from California is the nominator.
Coming right at that.
Okay.
They already gave, okay.
Well, I
This-
mean-
This was a question by what's her name? By Alicia? Yeah, okay, so they already gave me the list of everybody who qualified. That turned in their sheets and was verified. So I'm gonna go through this.
I was just going to ask how many. I was just going to ask how many they have because there are some that are missing.
Point of inquiry, Mike 2.
Microphone 2, Mr. Chatterton.
I wanted to make a point of parliamentary inquiry whether or not all of the nominated names are already on the screen or if we're still waiting for any additional of the nominated people to be added.
We're going to look at them against a list of those who've submitted tokens, and then we're going to put those on the screen, and then we will start the process of nominating speeches in just a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chatter.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mike 1, Mr. Chair.
Microphone 1. Take it up to him.
Could I ask whether or not the name of Blade Tarnoff was received by the Secretary?
I'm sorry?
Could I ask whether the name of Blade Tarnoff was received by the Secretary?
I'm sorry. It's hard to hear up here. Can you say it one more time?
Could I ask if the Secretary received the name of Blade Tarnoff for nominations?
Please bring up the nominator as well as the nominee for Blake Tarnoff. I did receive the nomination, but the Secretary needs their information.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mike 1.
Mike 1?
Did you also receive the name Ken Krawchuk?
Did I receive yours, Mr. Secretary?
Well, I mean, she spoke it. I just didn't see it up there. That's all. Yes.
Let's be at ease for a moment.
Jeff, you brought one.
Yeah, but I need to ask something.
No, I understand.
Oh, I don't mind. I would be fine with nurse. And I think I know what he JC members have to get me.
Oh, but did he do that? Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
I don't want to flip over that. That's what
Okay,
in person.
So, but I don't know if they distinguish between member for 4 years or national right now.
No, they said national.
They said
member
national?
for 4 years. And they said that they were going to check that before we actually went to voting.
There's no one there to recognize anybody at the mics. They may or may not allow that. That might,
I mean, it's
to
valid.
do the motion with the
Yeah,
suspension of
carry
the
on.
rules. It should be.
Yeah, no, it's allowed.
should
I'm
be.
gonna make the motion to suspend the rules to change it from 5 minutes to 2 minutes, meaning one vote.
One vote.
One vote. Yeah.
To suspend and.
Right,
Right.
that's what I just said, is to do the
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, because I don't want debate on it, because that wastes a lot of time. Although he keeps letting.
Here, I'm waiting for the mic as soon as business is not at ease.
Yeah, he's not doing a great job of it.
Can the individual who nominated Hector Roos please bring a note with her name up to the secretary, please, from Florida? Let me go find it.
Oh, now he's not. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion if possible.
Hold on, we're still at ease. Give me a moment. I want to finish this up.
You're finishing getting, this is different than getting the names on, it's about it, but different than getting the names up on the screen.
Okay, what is your motion? I'll let you know if it's in order now.
Okay, I move to suspend the rules to change the nominating speeches, and by the way, this is one motion, no debate, to suspend the rules to do the thing, to change the nominating speeches from 5 minutes to 2 minutes.
Woo! Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we're going to vote whether or not to suspend the rules to consider the motion. All in
No. This is to suspend the rules and do the motion. It's a one-vote thing. No
Okay.
debate,
Got it.
one vote, 2/3.
Yay, well done.
Okay. All in favor of suspending the rules to move the time for the JC nomination speeches to be from 5 minutes to 2 minutes? Raise your token.
I'm raising my hand.
Combined motion. All right, put it down.
I think that's over.
Those opposed? 2/3 have it. Motion carries.
That's how you do that. Make a motion, suspend the rules, and whatever you're. That way you don't have to do two votes.
Yeah.
Point of information.
Point of information,
Mr.
microphone
Chairman,
three.
I've been waiting at mic 2.
Hold on. Who's speaking? Hold on. I'm going to recognize her, then I'll recognize you. Microphone 3.
Kat McElroy, California. When are the platform tokens due?
1 hour before the platform committee report. I don't know when that will be, but
Can we
That
have
is
like an
touchy.
approximate estimate?
probably not today. Probably Sunday, maybe late Sunday, maybe early Monday. Hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Zach Kellier from Idaho. I believe there's been some confusion involving which names have or haven't been nominated, and the names on the list are not quite certain. So I move to reopen nominations, which I believe is non-debatable and requires simple majority.
Reopening nominations is going to require 2/3. Is there a second to reopen them? Do you not wish to do?
I'm looking at it on this like AI overview from Google. It says it's a simple.
He wants to reopen nominations. There are. So he wants to reopen it for nominations so they can. Did the person file? He can't sign
I didn't see any seconds, so motion fails. I'm going to read off the names.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
What is your point of order, sir?
Did you request visible seconds to reopen nominations?
Yes. Okay. All right, I'm going to read off the names of the individuals that were nominated and qualified. Then I'm going to ask those individuals to come over to the right side of the stage to line up for their nominating speeches. Michael Seebeck, Karen Ann Harlos, Nathan Madden, Nick Sislowski, Nolan Schmidt, Mark Montoni, Ovens O'Brien, Blade Tarnoff, Stefan Kinsella, Roger Roots, Mark King, Ken Molman, Jake Porter, Ken Krawchuk, Andrew Chatterton, Charles A. Larkin, and Hector Roos. Please come to the right side of the stage, and I'll have you come up for 2 minutes each to give your nominating speech. Thank you very much.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair, mic 2.
Microphone 2.
While we're waiting, I just want to apologize to the candidates. I was not trying to be disrespectful. I was just trying to shorten the time, and I do want to thank Mimi for shortening the time.
Thank you, sir.
Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Seven.
Hello, my name is Nolan Schmidt from the great state of Texas. I am running for JC because I believe in following the bylaws, that any decision that I make is going to follow the bylaws only. And from my experience of being on Texas's SLEC, which I have decided to base my decisions on the bylaws that we've had for many years. Those following these bylaws are important with the decisions of JC members. And I'll go ahead and seize the rest of my time.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nick Staselski from Pennsylvania. Can't hear me? Can you hear me now? All right, I'm a little taller. It's all right. My name is Nick Staselski. I'm from Pennsylvania. I got started in the party more than 5 years ago. When I first got involved, I started my county affiliate in Georgia, eventually became the vice chair of Georgia, moved back up to Pennsylvania, spent time on the judicial committee there before taking over my county and now being the elected vice chair of Pennsylvania. I've been on the 2024 National Bylaws Committee, and right now I just want to help the party in any way I can. In 2024, I was approached to run for state treasurer, earning nearly 100,000 votes and keeping our minor party status. So I've been willing to step up and do what's needed for the party. I've got the experience with the bylaws and the procedure, and I just want to help follow the rules, call balls and strikes, and help keep everything fair. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Blake Tarnoff. I'm the current chair of the Judicial Committee. The National Committee's job is to make policy, and it is required by the bylaws to operate in the open. The JC, the Judicial Committee, operates in secret, in the closed session, and its job is to determine whether or not the National Committee's decisions have violated the bylaws. However, nobody oversees the JC. The Judicial Committee oversees the National Committee, but nobody oversees the Judicial Committee. So there's a temptation for members of the Judicial Committee to substitute their personal policy preferences for those of the National Committee, which I find totally inappropriate. I may absolutely hate a policy that has been enacted by the National Committee. However, they've had hearings, they've had all sorts of opportunity to be heard, they are subject to political pressure because they're in the open. Even if I hate the policy, if the policy does not violate the bylaws and does not pose some sort of existential threat to the party, then I'm going to uphold what they've done. I've fought for this as chair and as a member of the Judicial Committee during the entire term. I've seen the temptations to do that, and I would caution anybody voting for these positions to weigh that. That's all. Thank you.
Point of privilege. Can you display the candidates' names on the screen?
We're working on it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jamie. I'm from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I'm here to speak for Ken Krawchuk. So Ken, he can't be here because he's running for governor, but I have 9 amazing reasons why you should vote for Ken Krawchuk. Reason number 1, objectivity. He's not a member of any caucus, not now or not ever. Reason number 2, he has experience. He's already a member of the JC with, what does he say here? Judicial Committee party member over 30 years. Reason number 3, common sense rulings. He does not play games with Robert's rules. Reason number 4, brief rulings. Presented in sentences, whereas attorneys speak in paragraphs. Reason number 5, straight shooter. He calls things as they are. Reason number 6, constructive feedback. The Martin v. LNC opinion is full of them. Reason number 7, eyes on the prize. Only recognize party bylaws, policies, and Roberts, nothing else. Reason number 8, not an attorney. Reason number 9, thank you. And reason number 9, perspective. The cops in New York State who murdered Peanut, the squirrel, followed all the rules, yet still did the wrong thing. Yes, justice for Peanut, vote for Ken, woohoo!
Hello, everyone. First, justice for Peanut. I second that. But my name's Karen Ann Harlos from Colorado. Almost forgot what state I was from. So I've served on the LNC multiple times as Region 1 representative once, 4 times as National Secretary. I've also been prior National Bylaws Chair. I'm a certified paralegal and a registered parliamentarian. Now, what I'm going to say next is going to be a plus to some people and a minus to others, but it is, in fact, reality. I proudly stand on the fact here that I honored the will of the 2024 convention delegates by putting our candidate on the ballot in Colorado. That was not easy. It wasn't easy at all, and I did pay a high personal cost for it, and I'd do it again. The fact is, you guys are in charge. Who rules over the JC? You guys do. Who rules over, in fact, what is the direction of the party? It's you guys. So I was very proud to stand when it was difficult. And I'm going to be honest with you, I was part of the No to 300 at the time. So I did against my own self-interest and in your interest. And I'd do the same thing on the Judicial Committee. It doesn't matter what my personal feelings are. It matters what the rules and the bylaws are. And I did that in 2024. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alvin O'Brien from California, and you probably know who I am. But you might not know what I've done in the party, so I wanted to take a second to tell you. I joined the party at the recommendation of my Libertarian parents in 2002 after 9/11. I was 14 years old, and I was obsessed with Mary Ruwart's book, Healing Our World in an Age of Aggression. I'm a life member of LP National, as well as LP California, LP Texas, and LP Indiana. I was vice chair of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire from 2006 to 2008. I campaigned for Michael Badnarik, Ron Paul, Gary Johnson, John McAfee, Joe Jorgensen, and Chase Oliver. So I've also campaigned for several gubernatorial and local candidates as well, collecting petitions and things. I have photographed over 20 conventions, national, state, and county conventions. And if you got the tote bag this week, I gifted you with some psychedelics. Most relevant, For the Judicial Committee of LP Los Angeles County, I have served 3 terms, and I have served 2 terms. I'm currently serving on the Judicial Committee of LP California. I serve the party and by extension the delegates. As Karen Ann said, the delegates are our overseers. The JC is an independent branch of our party with very limited jurisdiction and serves as a check and balance to the power of the LNC. I've had several instances in California on our JC where I've had to rule against my personal preferences in order to serve the bylaws and by extension our delegates. I take that independence and that objectivity very seriously. I'd be honored to have your vote. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Chatterton, and I'm seeking your support for election to the Judicial Committee. Throughout the last 2 years, I have argued on both the prevailing side and the losing side of multiple matters before the JC. In all of those cases, regardless of my feeling about the ultimate decisions, I have ensured to advocate for and enact the ruling of the Judicial Committee. This role demands that people separate their personal preferences from the consideration of our governing documents and the records of each case that comes before the JC. So if I'm elected, I promise that I will always separate those personal views from the decisions and strictly focus those on the applications of our governing documents. I promise that I will support writing strong opinions for these matters to make those decisions clear to every member of this party. And I'll make sure that for any matter in which my impartiality may reasonably be called into doubt, that I will recuse myself. Thank you once again, and I ask for your vote for Judicial Committee. I'm Andrew Chatterton. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Nathan Madden. I have been I like to say I was born a Libertarian, but I came into the party around 2020 just as COVID was coming around. I am seeking this role primarily because I don't actually believe in any of the caucus bullshit. I think that it is bullshit. We have way too much infighting between ideological perspectives. The role of the Judicial Committee is simply to adjudicate the bylaws. That's it. And an independent judiciary is the hallmark of any good parliamentary system. It needs to be independent, it needs to be run well, and it needs to be run according to the rules. And I think that I embody that. So please vote for me.
Hello, Mark King from Michigan here. I am a current sitting member of the Michigan Judicial Committee, and unfortunately, being in Michigan, I've seen the kind of games that can be played with the Judicial Committee, and I promise I won't do that. Let's stick to the bylaws, let's keep this ship rolling so that we can get shit done.
My name is not Tony. I'm Hector Roos from Florida. Thank you for having me here, Libertarians. Libertarians, can you hear me? Is taxation theft? What? Of course it is. Thank you for this opportunity to stand before you. I have offered myself to serve on the Judicial Committee. A little bit about myself. I'm from Florida. I am the chair of the Libertarian Party of Miami-Dade County. That is in Miami, Florida. I was the 2022 candidate for Florida. My experience with the JC is just like one of you, a regular member. I have been participating in judicial appeals since 2022. I've written a number of submissions to the JC. I've argued one of my own this year. this year I submitted one in the defense of the party's statement of principles. And because of that, I'm very proud to see the Bylaws Committee promote that message in Bylaw Proposal 20 that states, the National Committee shall not take any action inconsistent with the statement of principles or these bylaws. I'm here again as a regular member. I'm not an attorney. I believe Libertarians should resolve their disputes by talking it out with voluntary mediation, never asking political judges to decide over the internal disputes we have. Exactly. I say all that, and I strongly believe that candidates for this body, for the Judicial Committee, that have a record of suing the party, suing their national party, suing their state party, threatening to sue individual members of the party because they can't have their way, because they can't argue successfully to the board to adopt their policies, they do not deserve a place on this committee. And so I ask you to, if you're not going to vote for me, please do not vote for Karen Ann Harless. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Mark Montoni. I'm from Colorado. Thank you. And as said before, I'm a member of the Brevity Caucus in the JC. If you've ever watched any of the proceedings, you'll know that I take that seriously. I've been a member of the party since 1980. I've enjoyed my service on the Judicial Committee, and I would like to continue. I feel like I've listened to both sides of every case and decided according to the bylaws and the law. I'd appreciate your vote.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So, I'm Jake Porter of the great state of Arkansas, and I've been involved in the Libertarian Party since about 2004. Run for office 3 times statewide in Iowa, Secretary of State in 2010, 2014. Ran for governor of Iowa in 2018. I've been a longtime Libertarian, and I have been able to work across party factions back whenever we had the reformers and the radicals, and that's what we need. Our party is at an inflection point. We need people who they're going to do the right thing. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you hate me. If you embezzle money, I don't care. I will call it out. And that goes, I had one of my friends steal money from a state party, and I was one of the people that turned him in. I don't care. I will make the right call, the right decisions that are going to protect the integrity of this party and not sell it out to the Republicans. Thank you. Jake Porter, Arkansas.
Good afternoon, fellow Libertarians. Rob Latham, lifetime member from Utah. Thank you for entrusting me with your vote to serve on the party's Judicial Committee at our 2022 National Convention. My past term gave me the opportunity to work with several fine Libertarians and became better acquainted with renowned Libertarian scholar and fellow Judicial Committee member Stephan Kinsella. I am grateful for the opportunity to second his nomination. Our bylaws give the Judicial Committee limited jurisdiction to decide, among other things, challenges to platform planks and challenges to resolutions for fidelity with our party's statement of principles. My sense is that it is not an exaggeration to say that Stephan Kinsella may be the most qualified party member to perform these tasks. This is my 16th National Convention. Please join me in voting to return Stephan Kinsella to the Judicial Committee.
Thank you, Rob. I'm supposed to say I'm from the great state of Texas, but I just happen to live there. I'm a longtime Libertarian since high school. I'm an American and a Libertarian first. I was born in Louisiana. I live in Texas now, and I'm here representing as a delegate for Minnesota. I've been a Libertarian since high school, and I've been a lawyer for over 30 years and a practicing or a legal scholar and a writer for about 30 years as well. So I have been on the Libertarian Party for 8 years and on the Judicial Committee for the last 4. It was easy for the first year and a half, and then it's been contentious for the last 2 years.
I agree with Blake Turnoff that our role on the Judicial Committee is not to substitute our preferences for those of the Libertarian National Committee, but to just make sure that their decisions are in compliance with the bylaws, and that's our job. I also believe it's important for every member of the Judicial Committee to accompany their decision with a written opinion explaining it, and I don't apologize for using paragraphs, unlike Ken Krawchuk, who wants sentences, simple sentences. So I will endeavor to follow the bylaws and to use a written decision when I issue my decision. I'm Stephen Kinsella. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Larkin. I am a past chairman. Oh, better? Yes, much better. My name is Charlie Larkin. I am a past chairman of ALMA, and I have been a Libertarian since college, and a formal party member now for about 10 or 12 years. My main reason for running is I believe that we need someone who can be fair, can be honest, reasonable, and actually try to listen to all sides of any dispute before making a decision. In the time that I have worked as an officer in the Libertarian Party in Massachusetts and many other organizations outside of politics, I have built a reputation for doing those things, as well as trying to be honest and treating people with respect and dignity. I think that's something that we really need in the LP now, and I would like to bring some of that back to the Judicial Committee. I ask for your vote, and before then, if you'd like to ask me any questions, please feel free to come find me, and I'll be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
All right, my name is Roger Roots. I am from the Treasure State of Montana. This is my 11th national convention. I've been in the party since at least 1999, although I'll say my first votes were cast for Libertarian candidates before I actually joined the Libertarian Party. I've been active in the Libertarian Party in Montana for almost every election cycle for well over a decade. I've run for U.S. Senate, U.S. Congress, Secretary of State. Frequently, I help the state of Montana, the Libertarian Party, preserve its ballot access by getting usually at least 3% of the vote in statewide elections. This year, by the way, the state of Montana owes its current ballot access solely to me because I was the only candidate in the last run to get 5% in a statewide race. I am an attorney. Don't hold that against me. I have a flyer going around. I was actually on the I was on the Bundy legal defense teams in both Oregon and Nevada. The 2016 Portland Bundy trial was called the trial of the century. We got a full acquittal by the jury there. Those guys were looking at decades in prison. Then we went down to Nevada and had a series of further trials where the rest of the Bundy family was also acquitted. Not a single Bundy was convicted of a single count. I was also an attorney in the Proud Boy trial, 4.5-month long trial in D.C., the J6 Proud Boy trial. The government put on unbelievable false evidence. Basically, it was a case built on memes and Twitter posts. My client was the only one to be acquitted fully by the jury of seditious conspiracy. I do want to say that the Libertarian Party has been in a state of some volatility in the last several election cycles. There's been a lot of conflict, a lot of infighting. I'm like everybody else. I want to see that come to an end. I will always promise to show my work and to work on the Judicial Committee to make things as predictable and stable as possible. My name is Roger Roots. Thank you so much.
Woo! Hi guys, my name is Chrissy Wickers from Ohio, and I'm here to proudly nominate Ken Mollman. So if you've only heard Ken Mollman speak minimally today, that is by design. Ken prefers the quiet hum of a server room over holding a microphone. We need him on the JC because of his temperament. Ken operates on strict logic and pure objectivity. He evaluates evidence without ego or factional bias. In a room full of very loud opinions, Ken delivers level-headed fairness. Others constantly chase the spotlight. Not Ken. In fact, he runs from it so he can get the work of the party done. He's just Ken, and he's fair and tough, and he's great at doing stuff. So join me and vote just Ken.
Thanks, Chrissy. As noted, I'm not anti-caucus. I'm not anti-anything other than I'm anti-dumb and anti-shenanigans. I served on the one and only term we had of a judicial committee in LPKY. We had it. We got rid of it quickly. But I've said for years, you don't rig the outcome of, you don't rig things to get the desired outcome. You fix your rules. When you have bad rules, you fix them. I would also like to see the JC on a voluntary basis offer to help affiliates fix their bylaws. Dear Lord, if you were on credentials and got to see everybody's bylaws, yes, they're as bad as yours. It's not just you. So I would like to see us do that voluntarily. I have a giant LP resume. If you want to look at it, if you're bored, lp.molman.com. It's there. If you can spell my name, good luck. And other than that, you can vote for me. I hope you might. Thanks. I'm Ken Molman, for the lady that asked us to repeat our names at the end.
I get the last word. My name's Mike Seebeck. I'm from Sweet Home, Alabama. By way of... Okay, is that better? Okay. My name is Mike Seebeck. I'm from Sweet Home, Alabama, by way of Colorado and California and some other stops along the way. I've been a life member of this party for the past 4 years. I launched the Money Bomb in Reno to get that going. 4 years ago, I stood on this stage and I promised everybody here that I would do the Judicial Committee's duties by the book, by the bylaws. And I've done exactly that over the past 4 years. And all I'm asking for you is to re-elect me to keep doing exactly what I've been doing. My record stands for itself. The opinions are out there for everybody to view. My bio is on LPedia. You've seen me all over this convention. I am dedicated to this party and getting it to do what it needs to be doing the right way. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2. Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. I move to extend time on this session so we get through at least the first round of JC voting.
Is there a second? All in favor? Put them down. All opposed? Looks like motion passes. So we're going to get through this session. To extend time to get through voting. I'm assuming that means until we finish. To extend time to.
There's no time limit on this.
I know. Sam, can you come up? I just want to make sure I. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Delegation chairs, please go over to that table over there to grab your note cards or papers for the voting process. What's going to happen is delegates can vote up to 7 candidates. You can also vote for none of the above, which is always in order. If you vote for none of the above and any candidate, none of the above is not going to be recognized for that ballot. If you vote for more than 7, the ballot is invalid. You can vote up to 7. Once the voting is complete, the delegates will hand their votes to the delegation chair. The delegation chair shall tabulate the votes,
Actually,
Up to 7.
That's not true.
Microphone
Everybody's
one,
up here to
point
do
of
the-
information.
That's not
Everybody's
true.
up here to do the same thing.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, microphone 3. It's Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. Are we not using approval voting here? And is there a cap on how many people you can approve of?
That's correct.
There isn't, no, he said that wrong.
You could vote for everybody. You could vote for everybody. That's just not correct.
Yeah, that's right. So Rule 8, Section 2.
I mean, there could be, but there isn't. Yeah, but
You can call that, it's approval voting.
Your point is well taken. It's any number of candidates.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Mike 3.
Aaron Starr, California. Just to confirm the process, we are using approval voting. We can vote for as many candidates as we like, but the only ones that can win are those that have received a majority of the ballots cast.
Mr. Starr is correct. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Chair, microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, I'm at microphone 3, and I have a point of order that's about balloting.
All right, so listen, during the voting process, the microphones, I'm not going to,
I have 8 ballots when I should only have 2 for my delegation.
You have 8 ballots, you should only have 2?
Yes, I'm in Idaho, and we only have 2 delegates present, but I've been given 8 ballots.
All right, go back.
So that means that all the ballots are currently spoiled.
Point of information.
Mr. Chair, microphone 1.
Hold on.
Point of information.
Mr. Chair, microphone 1.
Point of information.
Hold on one moment. I messed up. For me. It came from me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. All right, I want to make something very clear. I apologize. It's approval voting. You can vote for up to as many candidates as you want. It's approval voting, so it's only the majority. It is a majority. Go ahead.
Mr.
Folks,
Chair.
just to clarify something on the ballots. The number of ballots in each envelope was based upon the December release numbers from the secretary. They may not be reflective of what your delegation is. Only have your delegation vote 1 ballot per person, please. We will be checking.
Mr. Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1. Microphone 1.
Eli Dalton Webb, Arizona.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, would you please describe some of the election security features? Like, will there be people escorting whoever's collecting ballots, or any other election features that you would feel the need to tell the body here?
Mr. Chair.
No.
Mr. Chair. Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
I want to go off of what Mr. Dalton Webb just said, but ask you to clarify, or that the body understands that each individual delegate's going to fill out their vote. They're going to give that vote back to their state delegation chair. They're going to put that back in that envelope and return that envelope to the not credentials, the tellers, those people, is that the correct process? You're not turning in individual ballots to the tellers. You're turning your individual ballots into your delegation chair, who collects them, puts them back in the envelope, and takes them to the tellers.
Yes.
Wait, would you say that in the microphone, please?
That is exactly right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, mic 1 or 3?
Microphone 3? 1? 1. Go ahead.
I'd like to suspend the rules for a 15-minute recess while we tally votes.
We cannot do that. We're in the middle of a vote. It's out of order.
Mr. Chairman,
Microphone
microphone 3, Aaron Starr, California. Can you please remind the delegates that only the delegates who are present can cast a ballot? It seems to be more ballots necessary than there are necessary for people who are here. Some people aren't in the room. The people who are not in the room, you can't cast a ballot on their behalf.
That is correct. Only the delegates on the floor are allowed to vote.
Mr. Chair, mic 1.
Microphone 1.
This is Hector Roos, Florida. I just wanted to make an announcement that if you are from the Florida delegation, please come to our area to get your ballot. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Point of order, microphone 3.
I do think the process, and listen, I wiped it from my brain, so perhaps I'm incorrect, but I believe the ballots get turned in to the delegation chair, who then fills out the state's delegation tally sheet. And then that tally sheet and the ballots are put in the envelope and delivered to the tellers. The tellers do not count the individual ballots. The delegation chairs do.
That is correct. So let me go over it one more time. Each delegation shall pass out their ballots to their delegation. Once those ballots are complete, it will go to the delegation chair. The delegation chair shall tabulate the ballots onto the proper piece of paper and include that piece of paper along with the ballots into the envelope to hand off to the tellers. That is all that needs to be done.
attention. The Secretary's desk needs Mr. Pat Ford, Mr. Paul Dar, and Mr. Stephen Akela. Stephen Akela, Paul Dar, and Pat Ford, please come to the stage.
Having fun?
Yeah, dude, I hug.
I've got my help. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Hi.
No, I want to I think it's fun. You want to tell you?
I mean, you can, you don't have to.
Hey, guys, like, oh, you want to play this one ball?
Oh, they stopped doing membership cards. They stopped doing it during the 2022 era.
Well, my dad got one.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah, they used to do, basically in 2022, we started doing a bunch of cost saving tests, like things that like were very minor, like that, and it was really dumb.
yeah. I
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. If we go to round two, you have to come with his, Good. Yeah, Wes is a good guy. I'm pretty sure everyone will do the same thing, but Wes is a good guy. Otherwise, if there go to any reason, Wes doesn't basically, he's making sure that I still feel really good. The party would be good. So I really recommend. If you were let's say Wes doesn't get on.
and one says that. Oh. Yeah. Is that?
Means that we now have some time, if they can get their regular I've been telling you, I know him. Yeah, I know. I know his wife. My brother once tried to beat him up. My brother once tried to beat him up. Like he's.
Did he ever beat him up?
No, but he just threatened to beat him up.
Well, do you like that?
He's very. That's an important holiday. Might be less important than
Like,
with our
I know I
20 seconds.
I didn't like, trash talk.
I'm just saying that is a yeah, I don't like it. I don't want to stop him from talking. It's like I think what he has to say is bad, but if he says it out loud,
Well, yeah, if you
I smell like it too. Wow, he loves. Okay. I have no problem.
I have a question.
2012, 2016, maybe 7.
I have a question. Are they?
Wonderful. No, not all of them. Some of them, yes, but then other times they're not.
How big?
Not a big one.
Like this one?
Well, we usually have these name badges. We usually have a ticket. We go like this and a badge. We have like a button and a thing. We have to show them.
But then, how long they been?
This is the first time this year, but they've done it before in other years, but not last year. Hello.
Let's see what Whatever one gets votes, you can put my daughter in that one. Make sure.
Ross, good to meet you. So yeah, I'm going to go spread the word some more. But if you can spread it to the California delegation, I would love it.
Yeah, I'll absolutely do that. Awesome. Community assistance going around. You've got your,
Actually, yeah.
I mean, I'm just gonna like. I can
I'm
point
just
you in
talking
a
to all the delegations.
I can
Yeah.
point you in a direction. I actually have to go check.
That's fine.
But I just want to make sure you have like. We'll go there.
Okay, we're up in. Yeah, we're up on Oceanside. We're Riverside County. Oh yeah. So we live off the 10th Road. About a half hour.
Just a reminder that you can vote for NODA or candidates, but not both.
Mr. Paul Bracco from Virginia, can you come see the secretary? Mr. Paul Bracco from Virginia, can you come see the secretary?
Okay. All right. Bye. He answered his phone. He's coming.
Yeah. I have a friend that's got a church that says,
Sorry, I'm like supposed to be like observing.
to get a photo op. Take another swig off the jug. No, no, no. Don't, you're talking to each other. Take another swig. I don't care. Thank you.
I would be fine with extending again.
I didn't even see. Point of information, microphone 2.
Ken Millman to the teller's pit, please. Ken Millman to the teller's pit. Ken Millman to the teller's pit, please. Ken Millman to the teller's pit.
Sure. How you doing? You good, Derek? How are you? I'm good.
Well, I also had.
I'm ready. I turned in my balance. Smooth, ain't it? It is smooth. But deadly, like myself. It's anti. It's anti. It is anti. You want your next hat? I'm gonna go get my. I got one. I'll get a picture of it. It's fine.
Hold on.
No, it's there.
Touch the burning ends.
I'll get like gentle little kiss. I'm like, ow, what the fuck? It's got like there you go. We're like subcolors. We're like,
you a drink, man.
Idaho delegation chair to the teller's pit, please. Idaho delegation chair.
I saw myself on the agenda.
Well, she's the official baby queen.
Hawaii delegation chair to the teller's pit, please. Hawaii delegation.
the Ohio chair to the teller table, please. Ohio.
Attention, everybody. Just letting you know that all of the ballots are in. They are tabulating them now. I have some announcements to make. The first one is the Amash dinner is being pushed until we are done. Please stay in the room. There is no dinner to go to until we are at recess. Mr. Scott Horton will be giving the keynote as soon as we recess. In this room. He'll be speaking for 12 minutes. We would normally be making the call for regional conferences to happen after that. It is up to you if you want to do them tonight. I have all of the announcements for the regional formations, so all the regions should be good for that. The only thing that you have to do is elect your region rep and all and turn in the final signed paperwork on that, and you have until adjournment on Monday, before adjournment on Monday, to turn that into the secretary. If you have any questions, please feel free to come and see me. A couple other additional announcements. The Texas region will be meeting in room F after adjournment for their caucus meeting. Also, a purse was left at a booth. You can find it at the registration. And please stop by the Colorado delegation front near the tellers. They are holding a Dress the Arapahoe County Cover Girl, where you will be able to vote for which onesie you would like to see baby Emery wear. It's $5 per vote. This is a fundraiser to help fund restarting the Libertarian Party of Arapahoe County. And one more announcement. Mr. Nathan Madden of Arizona would just like to thank the hardworking activists from the Arizona Libertarian Party who have successfully gotten the flock surveillance system either stalled or removed from multiple cities and towns across the state, and for the fantastic education campaigns against this surveillance state. Thank you to Eric Fowler, Drew Heaton, Sheila Shaver, Ethan Canny, Peter Norquist, and Tara Radliff.
Please have New York.
The Region 3, Indiana, Missouri, Ohio, Iowa, and Louisiana caucus, immediately upon recess, meet up here up front at the Indiana delegation table.
New York.
Texas Regional will meet tomorrow.
New York. May you have New York to the teller table, please? New York.
I think that was...
And also, the Are You Smarter Than a Politician game show will be in this room at 7 o'clock. We hope to start on time, but it may get pushed back.
Point of information.
The other last announcement was the motion that was passed earlier to suspend the rules and vote to extend time until the first round of voting for JC was determined to mean that it's not in recess until the votes are shown. Until they're, well, that's the way it was ruled. That's what I thought it to mean at the time. That's what I thought he meant. Okay, well then I believe that you can announce. Everybody's turned in. A while. No.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Microphone 3.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all votes have been turned in, which means that we are currently at recess. But before you guys leave, we do have a keynote speaker, and I would like to recognize Mr. Ford to introduce that speaker. So if you'd stick around for a little bit before you break to do your thing, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, I think you're going to like this one. I'm going to ask, she'll be right out. Is Jamie Remy back there? I'm going to let her introduce herself, and then I think we're going to have someone on that, well, you'll find very interesting. Please, Jamie.
Good evening, everyone. Hi. I'm Jamie Remy, Libertarian candidate for Congress in Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District. Right now, we're represented by a politician who treats war like an opportunity and offers voters the same broken choices. One party that wants to run the world and the other party who wants to run your life. Different labels, same result, more spending, more control, more war, and less liberty. I'm running because peace is not weakness. The Constitution is not optional, and the people of my district deserve a real representative. Tonight, I am honored to introduce someone who has spent his life telling the truth about war, Scott Horton. In an age when politicians sign bombs and I speak for victims, in an age when peace is smeared as weakness, he reminds us that the real weakness is blind obedience to an empire. He's a hero of the libertarian movement, a hero of anti-war movement, and a man whose work has made us all better armed with truth. Please join me in welcoming the great Scott Horton.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. And the Fed! And the Fed! And the Fed! All right. Had to make sure and get you guys on my side here. All right. The Libertarian Party must not go abroad in search of monsters to destroy. I'm here today to oppose Libertarian Party participation in the International Association of Libertarian Parties. Now, I am not a sectarian. In fact, I've been getting along with my friends at Cato better than ever before. And I am not here as a sectarian. And in my call to the crowd today, I represent not just the Mises Caucus faction, of which I'm aligned, but I hope with libertarianism in general. And I can say that I already have the support of Wes Benedict and of Ted Brown from the Travis County Libertarians. You might call them the old guard of the Libertarian Party establishment in my opposition. I've been friends with Jeff and Nancy Neal since 2004, when they helped me to get a job being foreign policy advisor to our nominee for president, Michael Badnarik. I really respect Jeff a lot, and I know that when he created the International Association of Libertarian Parties, he only meant what was best for the people of this country and anybody else. But the thing is about it is that Jeff resigned from the International Association of Libertarian Parties. It is no longer his baby, and as he told me this morning, and with permission to quote him, it has now strayed far from his vision. It no longer reflects his vision. Now, My own assistant, who you may know, Rachel Nelson, the former chair of the Libertarian Party of Nebraska, wonderful lady. She actually was on some panel involved with the IALP herself. She was to be in charge of nominating people around the world to win various Liberty Awards. And it was purely naivete on her part. I'm not here to accuse anyone of doing anything wrong. I think it's simply a mistake, but it's a major mistake which must be corrected. Now, many of you know about American support for what are called the color-coded revolutions in Eastern Europe. It really started with Bill Clinton, but really went into full gear during George W. Bush, even though most people were distracted by the Iraq War. It started with, well, there were earlier ones, but the first real big one was the bulldozer revolution in Serbia in 2000. And then W. Bush did the Rose Revolution in Georgia, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, the Tulip Revolution in Kyrgyzstan, and attempted to do the Denim Revolution in Belarus, the Cedar Revolution in Lebanon, and then, of course, Barack Obama's group tried to do the Green Revolution in Iran, which you might remember. Now, essentially, these things are called revolutions, but what they really are is coups d'etat dressed up as revolutions. And as David Ignatius, who's sort of the CIA's ombudsman in the Washington Post, explained years ago, they figured out that when the CIA secretly backs political parties in other countries, that oftentimes blows up in their face when it's inevitably revealed. And so what they figured out was that, as he put it, openness is its own protection. Instead of having a secret CIA plot, they have a perfectly open USAID and NED and NDI and IRI plot to finance the groups that they want to win, to finance the election poll observers and everybody else, the exit pollsters, in order to craft their narrative and make it seem essentially like the current guy stole the election and they should get it instead, is the typical template for how they react. And around these policies, of course, have grown up, or has grown up, this giant industry of NGOs associated with USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy, the George Soros institutions, and so forth, that have grown up essentially to act as auxiliaries in this American policy. Now, you might remember that in 2022, a bunch of Eastern European libertarian organizations that none of you have ever heard of before signed a giant open letter together against the Cato Institute because of the great Ted Carpenter writing, as he had warned all along since the early 1990s, but writing about how NATO expansion had helped to cause the war in Ukraine. And all of a sudden there's this big form letter that was signed by the Rothbard Institute of Lithuania and the Mises Institute of Hungary and the Free Market Institute of whatever you've never heard of before. Who are all of these people, or any of these people? And they seem to have succeeded in running Ted Carpenter, the best guy out of Cato. But don't worry, he writes for me now. These are the same groups that attacked Dr. Ron Paul and antiwar.com back during the fake revolution in Ukraine in 2014 and demanded and received more U.S. intervention there. But our fight is for libertarianism in one country. Unfortunately, the country we're trying to preserve our own liberty in happens to be the world empire, which intervenes in nations everywhere. You see, no government in the world is libertarian enough for the people in this room. We could criticize them all. But then that means that when we do, 1/3 of the time we're lining up with Marco Rubio's State Department agitating against governments that Washington, D.C. does not like. And that cannot be allowed. We don't want to end up carrying water for the State Department or the USAID. And this is not a vacuum in which these decisions are made. America is the world empire, and they would have us play a walk-in part in their war to justify and to help create pressure from below, to justify their intervention from above. And I would point out that we have a hard enough time agreeing who's even libertarian enough to call themselves libertarian, even in this room and in this movement in this country. But we're supposed to accept it when anyone anywhere in the world says that they're libertarians and they want to hitch their wagon to ours. If you look at the case of these people who call themselves libertarian in Ukraine back 12 years ago, they were demanding American military intervention in their country to protect liberty, fight Russia, they said. Well, but that's not in our interests. It's really not even in theirs. But it's absolutely a mistake that we can never make. And in fact, another even worse example, I saw, I guess it was the chair of the Libertarian Party of Israel saying, yeah, once we're done killing and expelling all the Palestinians, then we'll have property rights and low taxes. Well, I'm sorry, again, that's not in America's interest, even though we are, of course, completely implicated in Israel's crimes. But that's not any libertarianism that we would recognize or want to have anything to do with. During the days of George W. Bush's global democratic revolution, Tom Palmer from the Atlas Network and Bill Evers actually went to Iraq to try to consult with them and help them write their new constitution. You know, the one that's installed Iran's best friends in power since 2005. Ronald Bailey wrote in Reason magazine that liberty in America can never be safe until the entire world has been set free. He at least later apologized. This is the difference between neoliberalism and neoconservatism on the one hand and libertarianism on the other. Bill Clinton called it free markets and democracy when he intervened in other people's countries, and quite frankly, he was more free market than Slobodan Milosevic, right? But would anyone in this room mistake Bill Clinton for a libertarian? Of course not. In Georgia and in Ukraine and in Kyrgyzstan, they were thrilled to receive support from the world emperor George W. Bush against the power factions that oppressed them. Does anybody in here mistake George W. Bush for believing in the same things that we believe in? Of course not. Now, different groups have tried to take over the Libertarian Party before in the past, including the Scientologists and, get this, the Amway multi-level marketing people who apparently own this town and this hotel and this airport. They have their name all over the place. They actually once tried to take over this party just so they can sell more soap. We cannot let neoliberal internationalists take the name of our libertarianism. This guy, Pierre Prouveau of the IALP, was an advisor to Salom Zurabichvili, the sock puppet president of former Soviet Georgia. You know how she got the job? When they did the Rose Revolution in 2003, they parachuted this woman in from Paris, France, where she was born. She'd never stepped foot in Georgia before. And they parachuted her in and made her the finance minister. She later said, in an interview with a French journal, these institutions were the cradle of democratization, notably the Soros Foundation. The NGOs which gravitate around the Soros Foundation undeniably carried the revolution. However, one cannot end one's analysis with the revolution. One clearly sees that afterwards, the Soros Foundation and the NGOs were integrated into power. She went on to explain how his business partner, Soros' business partner, became the new economy minister. The director of Open Society Georgia was made education minister. And the co-founder of, get this, the Liberty Institute, became leader of the National Movement Party in the parliament. In the name of fighting corruption, they all stayed on Soros' payroll too, and that included the new president who had taken power in the Rose Revolution, Mikhail Saakashvili. 5 years later, Saakashvili almost got us into a war with Russia when he attacked the breakaway province of South Ossetia, and Vice President Dick Cheney demanded strikes on Russian troops crossing the Caucasus Mountains. Fortunately, the cool, patient wisdom of George W. Bush paid off, and we were saved the Third World War at the time. By the way, Saakashvili had actually been trained in Hayekian libertarianism and free market economics by the other Scott Horton, my doppelganger, more liberal type, who teaches at Columbia University. And one of the first things he did when he got there and took power was clean up corruption in a real way, not just attack his enemies, but even some of his friends, because he knew you can't have a free market in a completely corrupt economy and society. But then, of course, he ended up being run out of power for having his enemies assassinated and tortured and raped and killed because he is just another Oriental despot at the end of the day. Now, when Russia did cross the border into Georgia, Americans everywhere panicked. They thought our Georgia had been invaded. Because one, they either had never heard of former Soviet Georgia, or two, if they thought about it and thought, well, the Russians have crossed a border somewhere between the Black and Caspian Sea, I can't figure out what in the world that has to do with us or why we should even know about that, much less be so highly concerned. I know people were calling their grandparents to make sure they were okay. On the margin, a couple of people probably dropped dead of heart attacks in their freak out over this at the time. Tinatin Bolo Katz, another major functionary from the International Association of Libertarian Parties, has openly called for EU and NATO membership for Georgia. She's funded by the Frederick Naumann Foundation, and on July 5th, 2024, participated in a USAID workshop. See, what happened was, and you might remember, there were massive protests in Georgia that year because the Russian-leaning party won and the European-leaning party lost. And then the new party was passing a law, it was hard, but they got it done, that was like our FARA, Foreign Agent Registration Act, that said if you get more than 20% of your money from foreign governments, you have to report it. They said this is a Russian-style law, even though it was taken from our 1938 FARA law. And of course they were upset because they were all on the take. As Brad Pierce wrote, this is just a jobs protest from the NGO industry. Georgia's a very poor country, and working for an NGO is one of the only ways to enter the middle class. And so they were really threatening to take an entire, segment of the population's economic security away by kicking them off the American taxpayers' welfare. So the problem is for some of these people in the International Association of Libertarian Parties is they're upset that the Georgian Dream won. But I'm telling you here today that I don't care if the Georgian Night Terrors won. It's none of our business. And I don't have any favor whatsoever for the Georgian Dream or the United National Front either. We don't give a damn. It was announced in the chair's speech this morning that the International Association of Libertarian Parties is moving from Switzerland to the United States. Don't stop. Go back. And the IALP's founder agrees with me on this. Now, Jeff Neal, I mean to say. So we must not allow these people, I'm sorry, I meant to say, some members of the Libertarian Party have left over the past few years to form a new liberal party. Well, that's fine. The IALP can go and work with them and leave us alone. We must not allow these people to be able to claim to have the support of the United States National Libertarian Party. Remember the Daniel McAdams rule, Ron Paul's great foreign policy advisor. Never criticize a country that the CIA is in the middle of criticizing. But you know what? That can change at any time. So how about we just mind our own business altogether? Supporting client states is bad too anyway. And remember the Murray-Rothbard rule. We support, of course, the principle of universal human rights, locally enforced. And that is because any American government big enough to be interested in former Soviet Georgia is too big to be anything but a threat to liberty here. As Eamon Bundy described in his speech yesterday, we are already far down the path to tyranny. Rolling that back is our only fight. We are not and will not serve as pressure from below in these regime changers' pincher strategy, ever. We're great on war and intervention. We need to be the best, always and forever, and reliably so. As the great Justin Raimondo wrote, "No, my country isn't the world. It's the United States of America, homeland of the one libertarian revolution that has managed to survive and, for a time, even thrive. A revolution, I remind you, that is in mortal danger of being reversed, and which is our primary obligation to defend. I would go even further than that and venture to say that mounting such a defense is our sole task, given the crisis of liberty in this country. In short, if we are to have libertarianism, it is going to be libertarianism in one country, or not anywhere at all. Opposition to U.S. interventionism is on the rise, as is support for libertarian politics in this country. Let's not blow it by adopting the discredited ideas of our neoconservative enemies and jumping into bed with the National Endowment for Democracy. Now, we will be introducing a resolution to disassociate from the IALP. I urge you all to support it, all factions from all 50 states. And I urge the Libertarian National Committee to note the spirit in this room today as they make future decisions along these lines as well. Thank you very much.
So, folks, we're going to ask you at this point, if you've got tickets for the Justin Amash dinner, to hurry over there. If you've got some free time tonight, you know, I keep bringing them up. They're a significant sponsor of our operation here, and that's the Zano folks. So we invite you to learn how to use an alternative to the dollar with private and fair crypto reference. Zano is sponsoring the LNC. The Zano team has traveled from the Netherlands to share that. And by the way, there's going to be some free Zano. So if you've ever been curious about Privacy Coin, truly free from surveillance, please stop over there. They're going to have a number of sessions, not involving business, but a number of sessions at breaks and at lunchtimes. It's your opportunity. G&H upstairs or